and gentlemen, welcome back to the game that doesn't end, at least according to my VOD watchers. As ever, and always your host, the Lore Runner. So, as you can see, here we are in Korthia. We might actually finally take a bite out of, and get, take a bite out of 9.2, in other words, be done with 9.1 today. Good morning, Dakota, Kenexcow, Izmiristar, and Xavian. Now, real talk for just a second. How many of you noticed that we're actually in Drustvar right now? I decided to come out here and do a specific and manual comparison point. And it's actually fascinating how similar it is. Now, there are some detailed differences if you go through it. Like, for example, the grass here is better done. There's actually decent layering going on with the grass. But if you look at the texture under the grass, you know, the thing that's just the painted on the mesh, it's pretty freaking close. And it's the same filter. It's got the same overall vibe and color scheme. Like, just take that shot in for a second. Because it's not one-to-one. But it really is disturbingly close. Let me just scooch up here. Hey, Valerian. I actually did have a good Christmas. Thank you for asking. I got an emotional support shark, which is now sitting right here behind me. So, like, look at this. For real. God, it's even worse going straight back into it. Look at this. Look at it. It's just Drustvar. It's just Drustvar. It's even the same shade of blue. Yeah, no, I part of the reason I want to do that direct comparison is because I wanted to challenge my own theory on the matter. No, it was Thros. This was supposed to be Thros. If they ever come out and say no, this is totally an original era, then they're lying. Moving on. Let's get on with this. Yeah, so we did it. We did the raid. We talked about that cutscene. We gave it negatives. By the way, the score is now up to date. I've collated all my thoughts about everything we've done at this point in time. Yeah, exactly. Shadowlands is always supposed to be 2 patches.
The hour of battle is upon us.
I fear our efforts to stop Zoval have been thwarted. A doorway has been opened to a forbidden realm, and the Banished One has reclaimed a power taken from him long ago. I sense your allies returning from the Sanctum of Domination. I must know what happened.
To save the Shadowlands. Your allies approach, mortal. We tried to stop her, to stop them both. We failed.
The jailer is gone. And he's taken Anduin with him.
Then the day I long dreaded has finally come to pass.
Sorry, Lunairith's comment got a chuckle there. Oh, cool, Valerian. That would be cool. So here's the cutscene again. Isn't this cutscene so great? In the end, I gave it a couple of positives for the character stuff, the animation stuff. And I think like 7 negatives. It was a couple. It was a couple of negatives.
Loktar, together, we are strong.
We can't let the jailer win.
For Azeroth.
Before Anduin followed the jailer through the gateway, he dropped something. I'm not sure what it was, but Jaina picked it up. Perhaps it's the sign that Anduin is still fighting back against the jailer. We need to find out what this object was and why the young king left it for us.
Let honor guide Jaina. What was it that Anduin left behind?
A compass. It was a gift to his father. Varian had it with him just before we fought the Legion on the Broken Shore. I don't believe Anduin dropped it by accident. He must have wanted us to find it.
As a sign that he hasn't been fully dominated by the jailer's power?
I believe it's more than that. I sense an enchantment upon the compass. Perhaps Anduin used the light to leave us a message. Bolvar, will you help us examine the compass?
Of course, Jaina. The compass is imbued with a memory.
I sense it too. Very clever, Anduin. What did you want us to see?
The battle is almost upon us. I will deal with the invading forces atop Torghast. When we reach Oribus, you will defend Zoval while he completes the ritual.
You mean he will compel me to defend him? Each time he dominates my will, I feel myself slipping further away. Is this what you felt when Arthas raised you, Sylvanas? Hollow, empty, everything you once were, consumed by darkness.
Yes, young lion. But in the end, the sacrifices we've made will have been worth it. Once the cycle of life and death has been broken and remade, we will...
By that time, I'll have been lost. And so will you. I only hope my friends will remember me as I was, not what you made me to be.
No, Anduin. We won't lose you. I swear it.
You will be in war with him, damn it! But yeah, that is, if I'm not mistaken, the... well, okay, so I don't want to say it's the first in-gameplay cutscene, because obviously we've had hundreds of those. But it's the first time they've attempted an in-engine cutscene in gameplay. The style and approach and custom camera angles and custom animations of an in-engine cutscene, but presented in gameplay. No, that's it. That was all it was, Linnea. It was just the Kyrian thing. Like, I didn't want to go too much into detail because obviously it's spoilers for War Within, but like, I'm an Earthen who joins the Kyrians. I thought that was just perfect symmetry. Plus, I always wanted my Earthen to be a paladin, and so it just kind of lined up correctly, right? Earthen, Paladin, Kyrian, so I saved it for Shadowlands. That's it, that's all.
Well met. For Azeroth,
Anduin does not deserve such a fate. We must fight him.
let honor guide your path.
Choice is a big deal too, of course. But...
What would you ask the Daughter of the Sea?
there it is.
Fight for Azeroth.
I know it's there. Yeah, no kidding either. Our efforts were focused on preventing the jailer from shattering the barrier around the Maw and invading the rest of the Shadowlands. Instead, he expanded the Maw itself to envelop Oribos and claim the Arbiter Sigil. How? I do not fully understand what we witnessed atop Torghast, but the Primus certainly does. Yep, he's so smart. So he's constantly getting outwitted. It is time to enact his contingency plan. The Covenants will arrive with their sigils shortly.
Much has been asked. More will be required.
Hey, off the deeper end, it was exhausting. I had to take a nap twice yesterday. That's not a joke. I have a hell of a headache and I'm sore from it. But it was worth it. It was a good day. It's just... yikes. That I'm not sure of, Pillars of Snow.
War is at hand. Zoval may have won the battle, but he will not win the war. We stand united in purpose, and together we shall claim victory. Covenants of the Shadowlands, step forward.
And why is Uther your representative for the Kyrians? Moonberry? Yeah, okay, I'm with that. Yes, God, you never gave it Saturday.
Sends to you the steadfastness of Ardenweald.
I know, I was there.
My Primus, we offer you the might of Maldraxxus.
I know that one, too. I was there. It's not like I could join every covenant.
Revendreth humbly offers our unity and purpose.
I do find it funny that the Stone Rite is who they chose for the representative for Revendreth.
To our cause, I present the devotion of Bastion.
Our enemy is relentless. 4 covenants united. Our hope stands renewed. Fate has drawn you here.
Excellent, mortal. Have some anima.
If we fail...
Thanks.
Primus, what we witnessed in the Arbiter's chamber, it was beyond mortal understanding.
Oh my God, stop licking the jailer's dick!
Once, Zoval stood among us as the Arbiter. Yet, he defied the will of the First Ones, and sought to unmake the balance of the cosmos. For his crimes, we stripped our brother of his power, and bound him to the Maw. It was I who scribed the runes of domination upon his flesh. We used Zoval's anima to construct a new Arbiter, one that would be dispassionate and just. I should have realized that he would never stop fighting to reclaim his power and see his schemes through to their bitter end.
What will his next move be?
Zoval pursues the secrets locked within the sepulchre. Should he find the knowledge he seeks, all that you know will be undone. 4 sigils represent the renewed hope of the Covenants. I will use them to forge a key, though I must find something to replace the Arbiter's sigil. Keep pressing the attack against the Jailer's forces. When the key is ready, I will call for you. Death comes for the soul of your world, mortal. But together, we may yet save it.
Now, I might be mistaken, but I believe that was the end of 9.1 right there. So enjoy a 200-day... Wait, hang on. Let's be specific. So I still have this graphic up. Let's see, how big was this? 238-day wait. 238 days. That... I know there was a minor patch in between there. I don't remember what it did. Highlighter. Yeah, that's roughly 8 months. Oh, I know, Linearith. And it was a terrible, terrible idea. Remember, never listen to your viewers. I mean, players.
There is so much to learn.
Greetings, my friend.
Friend? The elusive Anari has no friends.
I have been woefully misrepresented. I can be a good friend, a useful friend to those in need. And everyone is in need of something.
You more than most from what I hear. In fact, I imagine this conversation is merely a pretext for you to inquire what I know of Zereth Mortis.
Do you not long to see the realm of the First Ones for yourself?
One day, perhaps, if the purpose wills it.
Were you not assigned to Corsia for your intellect, your curiosity? Perhaps your purpose, my friend, is not to hoard knowledge, but to share it with those who would put it to use.
I admit there are so many theories to explore, so many discoveries to be made. No, I will not think of it. Be gone, broker. I need nothing from you.
Not today, perhaps, but one day you will. And when that time comes, I look forward to doing business.
There is much to be done.
The balance must be restored.
So if I'm not mistaken, the next step... Oh, hang on, we got another Meanwhile Elsewhere. I don't know why I'm calling them that. We have another Stay a While and Listen.
There is much
Ah,
for me to
I know this one.
consider. Justice. Then by the light. Jaina Proudmoore. Is that you?
Uther? Uther! A Kyrian! Of course, it suits you.
I barely recognized you, my lady. The last time we spoke was at...
Strathholm. After the culling.
I remember. You still think of him too, don't you? Even after all these years.
I've tried to put the past behind me. Now, with what's been done to Anduin, all those painful memories have flooded back again.
Memories are like mirrors. They show us parts of ourselves. Sometimes parts we'd like to forget. But you can choose what lessons to carry forward and what to leave behind.
I loved him, you know.
As did I. Take that love with you, Jaina. Let it lend you strength in dark times.
Thank you, Uther. Can you stay a while and talk? There's so much I'd like to share.
It's okay. We're definitely getting a satisfying conclusion to Arthas' story here. Anyway, so... Sorry. I'm sorry, Huthor. That is almost assuredly going to be negatives when we get there. I'm trying not to preface it too much, but it's probably going to be negatives. What was that? Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. What? I do think you have a validity in your overall statement, though, Huthor. About the, as you put it, cadence. I'll say this is an Atherzim quest, yeah. Honestly, I doubt we'll get that far, Linurith. We're still not out of 9.1. And 9.2, by memory, is actually pretty chonky. And then we have the raid. And then we have the epilogue. I was about to say, let's talk about what Uther said. So I chewed up on my thoughts a little bit. Anybody who's already read the document knows that I've already given positives and negatives for a bunch of things I was sitting on. Let's start with positives. Torghast, that is to say, it is pretty short compared to the other ones. Torghast and the Sanctum of Domination compared to a lot of other things. It's very, 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 very well designed, very interesting, wonderful music, wonderful visuals. Then we hit the cutscene, and the cutscene, as already talked about, is a very, very good cutscene for Sylvanas. It's probably the kind of thing that should have happened like the first time she interacted with the jailer, which is, of course, the problem. But if we ignore the problem for just a second, it is an excellent cutscene for her. It's even a perfect reason for her to end up aiding us in our overall approach. In fact, I know some people dislike the trope of teaming up with the villains in order to accomplish a greater good. But the problem is, that trope makes perfect sense. It's one of the more logical of narrative tropes that exist. Because if a giant meteor is coming to destroy the world, Lex Luthor wants to stop that meteor. He lives on the world, right? Right? Yeah, World War II. This is very logical. There's a lot of reason why we went ahead and teamed up with the Soviets during World War II, among other situations. Yeah, of course Soups is going to team up with Lex and vice versa. So it makes a lot of sense that they wanted to push Sylvanas into an ally role instead of an antagonistic role. And having a greater threat behind it is a good way to do that. So with her defiance, and with her fixation on choice and free will, all of that lines up. What doesn't line up is everything else. I've already said this many times, but in the notes, in negative number 172 there, I actually specifically typed up the nature of what exactly a Mary Sue is. Because that is the jailer. He is a Mary Sue. He is someone who is so awful that he actually twists the entire narrative around him. What? Everything about the cutscene sucks. But the degree to which Sylvanas was ruined as a character in order to have her be this loyal minion of the jailer is nonsensical. I actually gave it a triple for pure idiot ballness. Because it is the singular point that ruins most of her character for this entire expansion. But the fact that he was so casually and effortlessly better than everyone else there. Did you notice during the cutscene? You probably missed it, but I actually rewatched it. Exactly, Huthor. If you rewatch the cutscene, right as soon as the fight ends and the cutscene begins, the Arbiter's sigil is ripped out of it. Okay, cool. And the camera gives us a nice long shot of Thrall and Bolvar and Jaina. And what are they doing? They're just staring in awe while the jailer does stuff. They're not moving to fight. They're literally just going, ah. Because he's a Mary Sue. Because that's what you do. When a Mary Sue is doing something, you sit there and you watch them do the thing that they're doing because you want to let them do it. It's so silly when you actually watch that. Yeah, they're like, oh, yes, it's so... He so effortlessly dominates them, without even ever, just whoosh. It would, Uthor, it would. And yeah, I'm sorry, remember that Anduin has been resisting the jailer's domination this whole time. They keep showing that the jailer keeps having to yank the chain. But Jaina Proudmoore, frickin' Thrall, and Bolvar, who I remind you, actually has experience resisting the will of the jailer, they instantly without ever, we are dominated. Just like that. Just like that. Oh my god. I'm going to give it another bonus negative for that. But, sorry, what Huthor said I wanted to comment on. We don't really care that much because of how we're doing this review, but again, you have to keep in mind that 238 days. I'll tell you exactly what WoW was doing in the BFA and Shadowlands era. They were making a comic book, and I mean that as an insult. One of the biggest... I'm going to be crude for a second, okay? Just for 1 second, because it's such a wonderful way to explain how awful what they were doing was. Okay? This is your crude warning. What they were doing was edging us without ever allowing us to climax. For years. That's what comic books do. They try to build you up and tease, and there's no fulfillment. There's no follow-through. There's no satisfaction. Right? It's just, oh, and then there's another question. Oh, and then there's another question. And as Uthor points out earlier, it's a way to try and string your audience on. It's exactly why comic books do that. They want you to buy the next comic book. And it's absolutely aggravating how they do that. It is incredibly frustrating. You know, all build up and no resolution, and the story just keeps cycling. Yeah, exactly. Well, okay, I don't know. Yeah. No, exactly, Uthor. They keep not fulfilling. There needs to be a chakunk moment, for lack of a better way to put that. You can quote me. They need a chakunk moment. There needs to be some kind of satisfaction, some kind of payoff. Legion did start this, but I will give Legion credit for the fact that Legion at least did have several payoff moments that actually concluded several things in the freaking narrative. But it was kind of the last time I did that, and even Legion is guilty of the sin of having that endless tease. One of my favorite quiet moments in the entire game is, yeah, X-Files did this too, is when Velen exhales, right? That moment of release at the Burning Crusade finally being over. Great moment. Which is immediately followed by a shot of the goddamn sword. And yeah, Legion also had the advantage of being all about the Legion. Being about putting that particular plot thread to rest of the Burning Legion. So they had a very, very defined goal, a very, very defined end enemy, and a lot of narrative tropes, which were all, threads, which were all tying up and tied up in Argus. But then we get to BFA, and then we get to Shadowlands, and it actually got worse in Shadowlands. Because BFA at least had a defined goal. I do think they botched the landing, as I've explained several times, but BFA was trying to end the HVA permanently, which they did, and it was trying to cut off what was going on with N'Zoth and have him be removed from the board, which it did. So BFA started getting worse, in my opinion, but still had some definitive conclusion points to it. Then we get to this nonsense. What are we doing in Shadowlands? I know what you're saying. We're fighting the jailer. But no. Really, what are we doing in Shadowlands? Why are we here? Fighting a character who didn't exist until we got here. I use the term thread of the week, but I believe there's an anime term, and I don't actually remember what it's called. Some of you will know. It's when you have, there's like an anime show, but then there's like a movie. And they introduce this villain for the movie who's never existed before and never will again, and is just there for the movie. You know what I'm talking about, right? It is functionally the same thing. It's a thread of the week. Never been seen before, never heard from since, and there's such a big thread, and then they're gone. That's what this is. We really are just spinning our wheels in Shadowlands. And it's also non-canon, because it's never going to be referenced again. But even ignoring that, like, it is so obvious that they had so many different plot ideas and no idea what to do with them. So that I firmly believe that even in the office, even amongst the writing staff, they had no idea what they were doing and no idea what conclusory point they were reaching towards, other than the vague idea of beating the bad guy. What is the Shadowlands about? The closest thing we've come up with is the thread of choice, right? But even that is just barely there, honestly. Like, the game doesn't... Yeah, absolutely, Uthor. The game barely gets credit for the theme of choice that is in Shadowlands, because it is so threadbare and requires so much interpretation to even acknowledge that it exists. This is not like several previous expansions which have big, strong, recurrent themes going through them. Like Pandaria had a very strong core theme going through it. Legion had a pretty good... Even BFA had strong themes going through it. Shadowlands is like, it's there. BC. And the Blood Elves. You know? It is. Shadowlands feels like the anime filler arc. This feels like the movie, which will never matter again, except for a few very, very minor things. And yeah, this is also when Bobby Kotick had fully exerted control over Blizzard. He had stopped sitting back, and he was fully in charge, and here we are. Anyways, I wanted to comment on that, because while a lot of this isn't really going to be reflected in the review, it's worth noting from the perspective of his history that this is one of many reasons why so many people were done with this crap. Because as much as the edging, the comic book storytelling can work, history and numbers, that is to say financial numbers, have proven that it only works in a pretty specific subset of a customer base. The MCU has been running into this problem a little bit too for the last several years now. Like, how many of you even saw the post-credits for frickin' the Red Hulk movie, which I don't remember the name of? God. Yeah, you need catharsis. You need payoff. There has to be payoff. You cannot have the X-Files. Yeah, can I spoil something about X-Files? It's a relatively minor spoiler. You're gonna laugh at me because of you're gonna look at me like, that's a spoiler? but for real, hear me out for a second, because this is actually a spoiler, okay? You ready for this? Because here it comes. The X-Files, because for those of you not aware, my mother was actually a huge fan of X-Files, so I kind of watched with her just to have time with my mother, and so I kind of followed through on X-Files as it was going. And after literal real-life years of this kind of comic book build-up, the big, major, super, ultra spoiler is that aliens exist. Now, you see why I prefaced it like that. You can see why I said you're going to look at me like, why is that a spoiler? But it was. It was treated like a big, huge catharsis moment, payoff, reveal. Aliens actually exist. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was pretty clear for a long time. But way far into the show, it was like, oh my god. That's it. I'm not going to tell you how the actual show ends because it's even worse than what I just said. And it's closer to real spoilers. But my point is, it's the same problem, right? Literal years of build-up followed by, oh yeah, by the way, duh. It would be like if we built up Star Trek of like this huge big spoiler, and it turns out that actually, you know, space travel exists. And it's like, yeah, we know that. What is... The point I'm trying to reach, yeah, Lost is a few good episodes followed by several years of dreck, and that's my opinion on Lost. Lost is arguably a worse example of this, because Lost was nothing but build-up and then absolutely terrible payoff for a very long time, which is the point. I'm going to go ahead and stop talking about this because I think I'm circling a little bit, but Jesus Christ. So let's go ahead and go to Ormos, because I believe the next quest will be...
Walker.
Right there.
The time has come to resume our pursuit of the jailer. I await you in Oribos.
What's really funny, Blades of All, is I know several people, including my mother, who couldn't stand the Monster of the Week stuff and only were there for the conspiracy stuff. But as you so accurately point out, the conspiracy stuff tended to be dreck because it was so ill thought out and so badly paced. And again, all build up and no payoff. Well, I'm pretty sure that quest right now, there's a functional epilogue. We're not doing that yet.
We all have a duty to fulfill.
We also aren't going to do the Blood Elf thing until then. So yeah, no, we're moving forward.
Speak, mortal.
Skip ahead. She's still tempting me. She's still tempting me.
I will consider your words.
Interesting array of people. Yeah, no, exactly, Blade Duval. You know, one of the episodes that to this day, my God, has this. No, I have not. One of the episodes to this day that sticks out the most in X-Files, it's the Genie episode, if you're familiar with it. Like, because that was actually an interesting and clever episode, and I even liked the way it ended. Also, the HOA episode, while we're on the subject. Both of those were Monsters of the Week. And, yeah, had nothing to do with the overall plot arc or thread or anything, and were pretty good episodes.
Speak, mortal.
There's but one final sigil needed to pursue Zoval. Yeah, and we've waited 238 days for you to get to this point.
With the Mawwalker's aid, the covenants have been renewed. Yet one sigil is still required to pursue Zoval. The Arbiters.
Though her presence is lost to darkness, her voice still sings within us.
Blessed be her voice.
Together, we shall manifest the final sigil.
This is our purpose.
The way is open.
Oh yeah, there's the FF14 essential, by the way. Let's get this out of the way. No, they didn't steal that from FF14. In fact, the actual complaint there that is far more valid is that they were choosing a sigil that is so generic looking that it is that easy to confuse it with the Crystal of Azem. This is WoW, for God's sakes. Visual design is kind of their bag, and that's what they came up with? Like, I'm sorry, look at the screen for just a second. Look at the diversity of visual stylizing and presentation present on the screen. I mean, even, I was actually, this is 100% true. I was actually thinking about earlier how clever, excuse me, yeah, you should never have generic WoW. That should not be a thing. This is WoW. These people have invented aspects of visual design that the industry uses as a whole. But yeah, the Ouroboros symbol, it's right there. It's literally right there, and it's actually a pretty cool, well-designed logo. There's even a better one. I'll show it to you in just a second, which they could have used instead.
Together we will claim.
Okay.
Through that gateway lies Zereth Mortis, the realm of the First Ones,
Hang on.
and the very heart of the Shadowlands. It is a sacred place, forbidden to outsiders, even the Pantheon of Death. But we cannot allow the jailer to breach the sepulchre. The journey may be perilous, but I know you will face whatever danger comes.
And yeah, Ouroboros.
Send word and our Covenant forces will follow. Good luck, Mawwalker.
Yeah, cool. Do you see me
The
back?
gateway is open. Take the anima worm.
Can I not go back?
through it.
Hang on.
Greetings,
There we go.
mortal.
Hang on 1 second. Because I literally, just before this cutscene, saw a sigil, even glanced at it for a second, and thought that would have made a better sigil, and I should have said that out loud while it was there. It's this emblem right here. This is actually a very clever, well-designed emblem. It's the infinity symbol, right? The Ouroboros, with, like, the snake head forming the middle of the sigil right there. It's three things. It's the snake, it's the infinity, and it's like the balance of the afterlife and how it's supposed to be balanced. All designed in a very, like, someone spent some real time and effort designing that sigil right there. Why did they not use that or something based on that? You know, hell, even literally just an infinity symbol would have been less boring than what they did. But no. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out really quick. Let's go on and move on to Zereth Mortis, shall we?
Come forth and be judged.
Moving on. So, by the way, Hazardous, in response to what you just linked, I've had a theory for a while now that the Guyon family, who I don't care if I'm pronouncing the name right, have been actively sabotaging Ubisoft so that they can get a better deal when they offload it. That post you just shared with me and his response to the financial board meeting, it pretty much confirms that theory 100%. I'm just going to say that. Because, yeah, I strongly recommend you never look into that family. They're very old money in all of the horrible ways that implies. And they have their fingers in a lot of pots over in Europe and elsewhere. And that family is has its tendrils so deep into Ubisoft that Ubisoft is coughing them up. So yeah, no, they're 100% sabotaging Ubisoft so they could crush it. I guarantee it.
Wait.
Pelagos, what are you doing?
Primus, I asked to join the Mawwalker on this journey into the unknown.
The Archon would be proud. Go with my blessing.
All your preparation for nothing.
Nathrazim!
Arise, Marsworn! Destroy them all!
Oh no, it was secretly an Nathrazim the whole time.
Ride the worm into battle. Hurry! Mawwalker, I will lend you my power to destroy these invaders.
Yeah, how did none of us see that coming? Hang on, Mr. Red, hang on. I've got to mash one, you don't understand. And yeah, somehow they were just able to infiltrate a place not only filled to the brim with some of the most skilled and knowledgeable seers and scryers, but like, Vosh specifically was there. You know, a woman who literally has demon sight.
Incoming.
Well, also us.
The jailer will have his prize.
His dick is so big. How are these Nathrazim doing anything against the assemblage of heroes that are gathered? Never mind the fact that one of them is a freaking eternal one.
Go through the gateway! Now!
Oh my god, are we really doing this? Negative to everything. Jesus Christ. Alright, now hang on. Pause. Let's get the negativities out of the way first, okay? Because we're about to give a bunch of positives to visual design. Okay? So let's just pause. Let's give the negatives first. I need to get a sound clip of the freaking super shotgun from Doom Eternal and just have that there, you know. And yeah, as usual, the music's great, the visual, it's wow. It's wow. How many zones have not gotten a positive to visuals and music? There are a few. Most of them are vanilla zones. One of them's Carthia, which we're now done with. But like, come on. Nah, I don't know, Loke. I'm thinking 3 pluses, because it really emphasizes how awesome the Nathrazim are, how skilled that they are, the supreme infiltrators, the unseen ones. Yes, yes. Oh, we're past the office being on fire stuff. Right now, the office is smoldering. I think is how I would describe that. Okay. What is that mount, Braven? What in the world am I looking at? Where are you in that? Oh god, she's gone. So, welcome to Zereth Mortis. That white can be a bit blinding, so we're going to tilt the camera a little bit down here. But, okay, so let me go ahead and say this really quick. I don't like Zereth Mortis existing in Warcraft. I'm just going to be really honest about that. This is extremely high concept. It's so high concept that I actually I completely lose investment in it. We've talked about that before, right? We're currently walking through math. Like, this isn't really a place, if that makes any sense. We're walking through a concept because we're kind of abstracting past what you would consider reality. And that's just a little bit much for me. You know, that's just, I just lose investment in that. But I just wanted to get that out up front because taken in a vacuum, they do a really, really good job of showcasing what a prototype creation space can and would look like. Someone spent a lot of time and effort thinking about what this would be like. Like, how many of you even noticed that those trees that are dangling there don't come from anywhere? There's just trees that kind of come out of nothing and are now just dangling in the air. How many of you noticed that below the water is something that would eventually become a path built out of basic geometric shapes? That's actually not, we're not walking on that. That's below us. On the water that we're currently walking on. That isn't water, of course, because if you pay close attention to the water, it too is made of those same geometric shapes, all just kind of flowing into each other. Like, we're functionally walking on atoms right now. As weird as that probably sounds. This is the kind of thing that would fit FF14 to a T. It doesn't fit in something like Warcraft.
Where are you?
We're right here, Pelagos. There's a very, very heavy emphasis on geometry here, which was a great idea. Even the branches of the trees look like that. You see that? You can actually see one of the side branches coming out of it. Yeah, like this is the in-universe Devro. There's just these sources of light that are these geometric patterns just radiating light directly. And that's where the source of the light is. There's these giant spheres which themselves have concentric spheres going through them, which terminates in little things. Like, I don't have the words because I'm not a math person, ironically. Yeah, what Bregman said. Ooh, ah, ah, ah.
It is good to see you.
This is certainly not Orbos. Oh yeah, did you notice that the flowers and lilies are all straight up triangles? How about the fact that the seed is just wrapped in a spiral right in the middle of the flower?
Happy to help.
Did we reach Zereth Mortis? Are we walking on water? What a wondrous place. At least from what I can tell through the fog.
The portal is gone. Perhaps the Mossworn destroyed it behind us. I pray Clea and the others are unharmed. We cannot stop the jailer alone. We must find a way back. These beings seem oblivious to our presence. Curious.
So these are...
Hello?
I love their language.
Did you understand any of that? It sounded like music, but also like language.
So these are the automata. Or automa, I think is how they pronounce it in this one. They're the eternal ones. I mean... Yeah, we'll talk about the automa in a bit. I love how there's like this ring of trunk hovering over the sphere. Yeah, they came up with a new script for this frickin' thing. They also really love their hexagons in Zereth Mortis.
What?
Hello, Firim.
More agents of the jailer?
No, we have come to stop him. But we need a way back to our allies in Oribos. Will you help us?
You're pretty far too confused to be Mossworn. Come, let us speak.
Well, yeah, obviously a Kraken's son. What do you think about a short story of Arthas' soul guiding Anduin on how to act? That would have helped, I think, Villagers know. Obviously it didn't, but it might have.
The glories of the first ones will be revealed.
I would not abide agents of the jailer defiling these lands.
There is always more to learn.
I was gathering data here when your portal opened. The disruption activated these gate-locking mysteries. It's only fair you gather the gate keys, yes? We shall speak while you search.
You can... of course, am Firim. Surely you have heard of my expedition to locate Zereth Mortis.
I fear not. But the brokers in Bastion do tell of an expedition that went missing long, long ago.
Missing? Hardly. I succeeded in finding this realm of knowledge and wonder.
Mass Effect Andromeda. Yeah, I noticed that, Huthor. I noticed immediately. His intonation is different. Dragon Age 4, Witcher 3. And thank you, Sonoshi. As always. So, yeah, I wanted to mention something here really quick. They added a few extra animations to Firim here. He doesn't look like a typical broker. He actually does look like he's falling down a little bit. Like he's breaking down. Excuse me, not falling down, breaking down. And you can see there's like this wonderful little shudder they add as part of his thing there. Yeah, he's... And I want to mention that because Firim is actually the source of a lot of our lore for Zereth Mortis. And I don't like unreliable narrative tropes, usually. Especially when it comes to, you know, really important fundaments of the setting kind of lore. But he says a lot of things about the lore of this entire setting, which I really think need to be taken with a grain of salt. Don't worry, I will be reading all of them. I actually have them right here. Not gonna read them right now. I'm just pointing it out.
Worthy of such knowledge.
Fish.
I see no Mossworn here. Where are they?
The jailer's forces are spreading like a plague across Zereth Mortis. No doubt he seeks entrance to the sepulchre. Be wary. His agents could be anywhere.
Also, Firim's voice actor is great. I don't know who voices it, but he does a great job.
What manner of constructs are these?
They are called Atoma, the caretakers of Zereth Mortis, left here by the first ones.
I did, but to say it out loud, thank you, Mr. Red. For Pikmin 3, Princess Peach Showtime, and Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. I also should know one from Frieza. I need to write down here. Which is 4. Yeah, it's the problem with the unreliable narrative, if I can talk about that briefly, is usually writers use it as an excuse to not do their work, right? To not actually bother doing all of the admittedly extensive prep work that is required in making a setting internally consistent. They just say, unreliable narrator, and it's just smeared over the story, and I hate that. But here, Firim, I feel bad for him. Off Mortis, Ghost, Dusk, and slay the princess. Okay. Also, the music here is just kind of fantastic. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to give a visual positive right now. Right on the spot. Before we even get to Zereth Mortis proper. As usual, and I've been pointing this out all throughout the Shadowlands, if you'll forgive me the indulgence, they knew exactly what they were going to point us at. They knew where the camera was going to be pointing as soon as we got out of that awful cutscene we just did. And so they knew the very, very, very first thing we were going to be seeing. Which is right here. This is our first shot of Zereth Mortis, and that is a great shot. Oh, sorry, I'm a little bit far back. Up here. Up here, there we go. Look at that. Yeah, there's this wonderful wind effect right behind us, where, you know, leading to where we currently are. We can see the beginnings of the geometric patterns, the water. The angle is just good enough so we can pick up, because that angle here, that effect on the water isn't really visible from all angles, but the camera is designed to be pointing here initially. Trees, flowers, you can see the vines of the flowers going down below the water line. You can see the spheres, you can see some of the Atama working the distance, you can see the corpse of the Soul Eater right there. That is a good damn shot. And yeah, as we move forward, so the fog is just far enough, so we're not exactly sure how far it goes. And when we get a little bit closer, we see our first look at the wall. No, not that one. And if we look up at the wall, we see that those wonderful spheres are rotating out of the wall periodically. And more of that wonderful trees from nowhere going on. Then that opens up. Whoop. We have a graphics glitch.
Their secrets. Leave me to my thoughts.
To drive the jailer from Zereth Mortis, we must direct all our resources against the enemy. An object of potential power lies in a nearby repository, but the chamber's defenses respond only to Atama. I've never harmed their kind, but I've encountered one that no longer functions. If you extract its hand, we could use the inert appendage to gain access to the repository. I find such use of the first one's creations unsavory. We cannot abide the presence of the Mossworn in this realm.
Come, you will assist me by acquiring something I have need of. Pay no mind to the Atoma. So long as you do not anger them, they will ignore you.
Music in here is fantastic. Yeah, it's so hard to make something look half-made, as weird as that sounds. Anybody who's ever done anything, like especially in artwork, knows what I mean by that.
Here. Though inert, this one can still be useful.
So...
Come, fetch me its hand, mortal.
Can I talk, please? Look at the bricks! Look at the bricks! Ignoring the obvious hexagon... Well, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Yeah, I'm right. Ignoring the obvious hexagon thing, do you notice that there's shapes inside the hexagons, but only periodically? And my personal favorite detail is the way the grass grows into it. I'm explaining this badly, so forgive me. This is not how grass will naturally grow into brick. Anybody who's ever seen any form of bricks in real life where grass is grown through it, you know, it just infests everything, right? It's going to crop up in every single nook and cranny and hole that it can. In here, the grass is following the pattern. It is actually following the pattern as it spreads through it. And there's certain parts where it clearly cuts off, and certain parts where it's clearly flourishing. And we also get the impression, based on how this looks, that underneath all this grass is more of those hexagons. It gives across that idea of, crude analogy, of a holodeck program someone's in the middle of making. Like, this is the grid, right? This is the grid. And then this is them building up the terrain on the grid. Oh, don't worry. We can fly out here. Yes, I did that quest. Or achievement, I think it was. And yeah, there's a really, really close fog. Usually I dislike fog being that close. This is one of the extremely rare times where I think having the fog that close actually works for a zone. Because it really helps emphasize what Zereth Mortis is like. By the way, did you notice? It's hard to see, but did you notice the sky is patterned as well? Just like the water is, just like the ground is. Yeah, basalt columns. Huh. Forgive me for gushing, but as usual, whoever worked on this probably spent several weeks, if not longer, designing and sketching and polishing this place.
Watch out!
Sorry. Even their attacks are mathematical. Look at the patterns left behind by their telegraphs. Here's the pattern actually goes across each specific thing. In other words, that's not one texture. That's a shared texture across them. That is such a brilliant idea. Look at that. What it's technically doing is there's actually a layer of the texture there that's only visible when it's hit by the terrain, by the attack. So you can kind of see it no matter where they attack, and it always fits itself because it's the one texture.
You're interrupting my research.
You said the Automa would ignore us.
As long as you did not anger them, which you did, I suggest you be more careful. The wonders of Zereth Mortis are endless.
It seems the other Automa did not appreciate our appropriation of their colleague's hand. They have become hostile. Unfortunate, but we cannot allow this to impede our progress. The Automa's hand should activate a console within the Genesis repository. I believe it holds an object of great potential. After you acquire it, I will guide you to a place that may provide a means to reach the allies you left behind. Do we have an accord?
Zereth Mortis holds much to discover.
I've taken great pains not to disturb the Automa during my time in Zereth Mortis, and so far they've paid little attention to me. It seems recent events have changed that. Again, let me be clear, I have no wish to harm the creations of the first ones, but if, in the course of your efforts, conflict with the Automa becomes inevitable, we must ensure some good can come of it. If I can examine fragments of fallen Automa, I may provide knowledge for use against the Mossworn.
The mysteries of this land await.
Gotta kill all the Automa. You got it. I'm not almost mad with her. I am livid that this place is hitched to the Shadowland. That's not fair. That's not true at all. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't like this place, even if I have to acknowledge how good it is. I know that sounds strange, but that's what coffee means. I can acknowledge how good something is without enjoying it. Final Fantasy XIV, Linerith. Not a joke. Even the approach to here was very FF14, including how crude the cutscene was. In WoW? Nowhere. Doesn't belong in WoW at all. For real, though, think about that as an FF14. Like, really think about the setup of it. We must go to Zereth Mortis. We have no idea what Zereth Mortis is or how. We barely even heard it exists. We just know the jailer wants it and he went there, so... Okay. Hang on. Ugh. So it's like, okay, we go through, we charge through the portal, flash of light, and we're in this place. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is just very FF14. We're going back to the beginning. There, ironically, is actually a moment in FF14, which is very similar to what we did when we got here. In fact, there's 2 such moments in FF14. And it's this big, whimsical, fanciful place. Mystical, that's a good word. Mystical place. Yeah, imagine if this was Elpis.
Mossworn, be careful.
Instead of, actual Elpis.
Do not interfere, mortal.
Real quick, what's the name of the pet? I don't remember it. You know who I'm talking about if you know what I'm talking about. I'm curious if I have it before I get there. I don't. That's interesting.
Ah, there you are. I trust you were successful. Will I ever truly know everything?
No. Did you acquire the object from the console?
The glories of the first ones will be revealed.
Intriguing. I've examined many atomicores, but this one glows with an energy unlike any I've seen before.
Ever truly know everything.
I did not expect you to encounter a living mortal in Akirian this day, but your assistance has been invaluable. Before I begin my studies of this atomicore, I will guide you to Haven, the settlement founded by my expedition upon our arrival. Though my colleagues saw fit to exile me for challenging their enlightened dogma, I have no wish to see the Haven wiped from existence by the jailer. Aid them, and they may assist your efforts to return to your allies. We brokers are nothing if not transactional.
Come, my trusty Vombata will see you safely to our destination.
What's a Vombata? Oh. Hey, watch the hands, Pelagos. Ooh, I like that idea with Earth.
Have you ever seen them?
Sadly, no. They are long absent. Perhaps they lie within the sepulchre. Perhaps they went elsewhere. The sepulchre holds secrets that could be used to remake the cosmos itself. The jailer must not be allowed to enter. We may already be too late. Look there! The Morsworn are attacking Heaven.
And yeah, I agree with something Huthor mentioned earlier. The Mossworn have such an ugly look to them, which is, of course, part of their aesthetic. And so it makes for a wonderful... No, teaser. Makes for such a wonderful contrast to something like Zereth Mortis, which, more than anything else, exemplifies beauty. Mathematical beauty, even.
There is always more to learn.
I can go no further. My former colleagues and I have philosophical differences.
This is where we part. Heaven is just ahead, along with my estranged king. They are no friends of mine, but you must not let the Morsworn destroy this place. May the first ones guide you, mortal.
I believe in you.
Firim described these enlightened brokers unfavorably, but then again, he does seem a bit eccentric. Regardless, if we're to restore contact with our comrades in Oribos and defeat the jailer, we need allies in Zereth Mortis. The Mossworn look to be gathering outside the gates of Haven. We must not let any more innocents fall prey to the jailer's villainy. I mean, yeah, probably, Linearith. There's a line about that in the game, even, which I'll read later. Ah!
Halt!
Outsiders have penetrated our shields.
Whoa! A trap!
They could be agents of the Maw. Bring them to the Elders.
Hi.
What is this? More of the Jailer's darkness? His forces lay siege to Haven.
We are allies. I am Pelagos of Bastion, and this is the Mawwalker.
The Mawwalker? Impossible. A lie, meant to trick us into lowering our defensive barrier.
Sit, commune, and be quiet. Time for—
If you claim to be enemies of the Maw, then prove it. Push back against those monsters.
You know, I'm just saying, if I was a real infiltrator, I would show up, offer to help, kill my own worthless trash allies to prove my worth, and then be infiltrator to you. Like, the Nothrazim are amateurs, I'm just saying.
Goodbye. Do not outstay your welcome.
The Mossworn are gathering in force outside our very gates. It's clear they mean to overrun our hall. The Enlightened wished only to honor the marvels of the First Ones in peace. Haven's defensive barrier was put in place to shield us from minor threats. We don't imagine the Jailer would send his forces against us. Wish to claim to our ally? Then help us defend this sacred land.
With your quest.
The Mossworn possess terrible weapons that gather dark magic and hurl it at our gates. The defensive barrier will not hold much longer. All that we are, all that we hold dear, will soon be erased from existence. If you're who you claim to be, then prove it. Destroy their armaments. I pray to the First Ones, who are totally the Titans, that you succeed.
I will be here. Elder Kreth. The ciphers speak of a time when living mortals would arrive to aid the Shadowlands. What if this mortal truly is a Mawwalker?
Impossible. We have barely begun to understand the ciphers. Do not fall prey to flights of fancy like the infidel Firim.
The sacred words told us of a coming darkness, and now the Jailer is here. Do you doubt that they could be correct about the Mawwalker as well?
I would never question the prophecies of the First Ones, but this mortal and the Kyrian must prove themselves before they can be trusted.
I do also like the math versions of normal enemies that are here, of which there are several. I'll try to show off a few as we go. But as usual, I have the frickin' bears. I don't know what their thing with bears was this expansion. You know, just once I hope there's a quest somewhere where someone walks up to us, the player, and says, I accuse you of being a demon. And we can just be like, dude, no. And they're like, that usually works. Okay, I guess you're really who you say you are. Now, actually, what would be funnier is if that then forces us to be like, oh god, you have found me out. And it turns out we've been in Author's this whole time. Or at least, like, for the quest chain we're doing. I mean, I'm not a bear. You know, that's a good point played to fall. I'm not sure. And that's how WoW ends. Just right there. I accuse you of doing. I was always one of the Nothrazim. Haven't you done like hundreds of things that make no sense if you're not? Shut up! Don't question it. Go play WoW 2. WoW harder. It's like Overwatch 2. It's like WoW, but worse in every way. And also with worse monetization practices. Yep, killing the jailer was always part of the plan. Oh gosh, no, it's even worse than that. You don't get your basic rotation, you get one ability. So, like, as a paladin, I'm just sitting here hitting one. No, that was just a prank, Lunareth. As we mentioned earlier, that's exactly what a prank should be. Something lighthearted and silly that both people find funny. If it actually bothered me, she wouldn't do it. And if she didn't know it actually bothered me, I would tell her, and then she would never do it again. And suddenly we're just like, and we're super tall. And the final battle of all of WoW is just us being a Dreadlord. No, not even Dreadlord. We're Tichondrius. That's like, aha! I was hiding this whole time. Well, the whole point of a prank, Lunareth, is it depends on your audience, right? I would find that funny, so that's just a prank for me. You wouldn't find it funny, so it wouldn't be for you. Make sense?
You may speak. Good luck in your future endeavors. There are too many. Our defenses cannot hold.
The Baylor. Oh, right. He's shown up again. We're up to 11.
This place is of no consequence. The sepulchre will soon be within reach.
Yes, that's right. His forces are winning, and then he personally shows up and could effortlessly crush all of us. He decides to leave. And that's it. That's... yeah. Can I give a separate negative for that? Because I know that, you know, the villain leaving the hero alive is a trope and can work well. But, like, really? That's what you're gonna do? He could just walk in and be like, whoosh, and probably win this battle inside of 40 seconds. And instead, he's just like, no. This place is of no consequence. That was the third time he's refused to kill us when he could have.
Farewell.
Yeah, remember, he's Titan plus plus. Titan plus, excuse me. I think you're right. I think he has officially surpassed Deathwing in terms of appearances, which is pathetic. The jailer has withdrawn his forces. I should be relieved, but I fear this means he's found a way to the sepulchre. Despite Elder Kreth's doubts, you have proven an ally, something we need more of. When our expedition arrived in Zereth Mortis, we discovered a dormant waystone. If you are indeed a Maw Walker, then the prophecies tell us you'll... oh yeah, by the way, they're really going to lean into that prophecy thing. You probably thought I was joking, because the game has barely emphasized it, but we really are the prophesized chosen one of the first ones. And they're going to really start leaning into that.
I shall show you to the Waystone. Follow me. The sacred words tell us that the first ones placed Waystones at crucial locations where they would one day be needed.
For us.
The Waystones would respond only to certain living mortals, the ones destined to save the realms of death. The Mawwalkers. Let the prophecy be fulfilled.
At least it's a plural now, because they remember that there's more than one PC. Which is something they tend to forget every now and again.
If it is the will of the first ones, this Waystone will open to you, mortal.
I actually agree with that, Blade Deval. Probably Alok, yeah. It said he had to waste time. What's that, guys? How'd that big battle go? Oh, nice. Someone got them out. They finished getting that.
Pelagos! Thank the Archon you are safe.
I'm here too. Jesus, Clea.
Clea, Zereth Mortis is wondrous. I have so much to tell you.
I do like...
We are relieved to see you back safe, Walker.
I do like the group that's assembled to meet us. So Jaina, yep, that's obvious. Chandris, she's been here frequently. The Four Horsemen, who don't even have any lines, they're just here. Bolvar, yep, okay. Clea, sure. Bane, who has finally, for I believe the first time in this entire expansion, decided to get up off his ass.
We all have... After your flight from the Arbiter's chamber, we defeated the Nathrasim, but they had sabotaged the gateway.
No.
Once the stain of Maw magic had been cleansed, the Primus placed the gateway in this chamber. He trusted that you would find an anchor on the other side to reactivate it, giving us a path to Zereth Mortis. Now the true work begins, to save Anduin and to prevent the Jailer from remaking reality in his dark image. The chains of the past still bind us.
I am relieved that you survived the passage to Zereth Mortis. From what I've overheard of Pelagos' conversation with Clea, it sounds like you had an incredible journey. These enlightened brokers could make valuable allies. Their knowledge of the Atama and the land itself should help us against the Jailer. Our forces gathered, ready to follow you. The final battle lies before us. So let's show off some of the cosmetics. Obviously, we've got this kind of mathematically kind of looking thing. But I happen to really like that hammer. In fact, I'm actually sincerely debating going ahead and using that hammer type for my Retribution spec for this very character. Maybe a different color of it, but yeah, that's just cool. There's a lot of cool weapons in the upcoming raid. The armor, well, as I said, the armor worked better for me than I thought it would be. But yeah, anyway, sorry, accept the quest.
The Mawwalker has opened the way. Covenant forces, forward to Zereth Mortis.
We are with you, Mawwalker.
Yeah, where is Thrall? Like, he doesn't need to be here, I'm just curious. Okay, whatever, here we go. So, real talk, I'm not sure how much of this place is mandatory. Me and Pax actually did a decent amount of this one, obviously because I can fly here. And flight requires doing the achievement for the zone, which involves doing a bunch of the content here. Fun fact, by the way, you get access to flying, I believe, automatically in Shadowlands, but you still have to do the achievement to get access to flying in Zereth Mortis. I don't remember what all's involved, it's been a minute. But we did specifically do that just to make sure that was all lined up. I remember having to hunt down rares. There's not much else to add visual-wise, I think, so I think we can fairly judge all except for the northeastern quadrant, which we'll get to in a minute. But there's one area I remember liking a lot, and I took a friend over here, and they liked this area too. It's this little pond right here. My favorite thing about this pond is how much down it goes, and how much you could see things under the water that you cannot reach. There's no pushing down. There's no getting into the water, because that's not actually water, as we already discussed. That's math. Okay, Krankenson says they have since patched that, which is interesting, because that is pretty new. I got that achievement relatively recently. Not that I'm opposed to that. I love the waterfall and how it adds patterns and fractals to the water, by the way. But I wanted to show off a couple other things too. Let's see. Kinda, yeah, T-Ziller. We are in math. It really is the best way I've ever come up with to describe this place. Where? They were back this way, weren't they? Just one tiny thing I wanted to show off. Of course, now I can't find any. Absolutely, Linnea. I'm sorry, if we end up going back to the jailer... Oh, I'm sorry, you mean the next big great throw. I don't know. It depends, is the truth there. We've all already hypothesized that the big foe he foresaw was just the Void. Yeah, we knew that one. Oh, this'll do. So here's a little frog guy, right? He seems a perfectly normal frog person, but his joints aren't actually connected to each other, and it's most obvious when he jumps, which I really wish he'd do, so I could show it off. Please jump. Please, for me. Pretty please. It's like, oh, I'm on camera. Oh, there, see? His joints are literally not connected. I love the math versions of animals here. That's it. I just want to show that off real quick. Moving on.
Do you seek answers?
Forgive my doubts, Moorwalker. You and your allies are welcome among the enlightened.
The sacred words spoke of your coming. Blessed be the first ones.
Thank you, elders. With your aid, we pledge to drive the jailer from Zereth Mortis.
I mean, the Nothrazim were always behind the jailer, tried very hard to ruin all of Warcraft. See, that is a fascinating question, Player Duval. But let me tell you a little bit of trick from personal experience, speaking as a project manager. Every now and again, you are so limited in what you can do that you have to kind of use those limitations to do anything. It's entirely possible that with the office smoldering and everything just being on fire, they were like, okay, you know what? And they just kind of decided to pull back a lot of what they were going to do and used that. You know what I mean?
No, what was I doing?
Okay. Hold that to the side for the moment.
Yes?
Between the Mossworn attacks and your presence here, our supplies are dwindling. It pains me to say it, but most immediate solution for replenishing our resources is local wildlife. It is unfortunate that it has come to this, but it is what must be done. Call some of the wildlife. Help us replenish our supplies. So this gives us the Cypher gear. Cypher gear was an interesting idea. It's gear that has... it's Cypher equipment, it says right there in the tooltip. Allows you to reconstruct yourself upon death in the Shadowland zones with health and mana. It can only occur once every hour. This ability grows more powerful as your research into the ciphers of the first ones grows.
Good luck in your future endeavors.
It's kind of supposed to be the equivalent of corrupted gear back from BFA. I have no idea if it was ever a thing, because remember, by the time I was here, we were already in Dragonflight, so who knows?
Ah, it is you. How joyous.
Jesus, dude. The attack from the jailer's forces is a sign. In the past, there was one among us who sought the forbidden knowledge of the first ones. For that, we must have earned their ire and lost the protections we once had. Damn you, Firim! We must atone for the trespasses of our kin. Take this incense, go to the Veldt, and burn the offerings to the first ones. I hope they will offer us forgiveness.
Move along.
If you can't defeat the Void, then there's no point in the setting existing, Loke. And that's my thoughts on that. Oh, hey, mystery fruit.
There is much to be done. I fear darker days are to come.
The jailer's forces control much of Zereth Mortis. But there are dangers out there as well. I have dispatched scouts to survey the surrounding area and pinpoint any potential threats. Speak with each scout.
The balance must be restored.
Oh, there's the bunny. Bunny. See its ears? The ears aren't actually connected. Also, the head isn't a head, it's just a sphere. Hello, Mr. Bunny. I don't think these mortals fully appreciate the sanctity of Zereth Mortis. I just saw one trample a perfectly good bush. They can be careless, yes, but if they're useful against the jailer, still, I wish they'd exercise a little more caution. I mean, the easy answer there is to prevent the void from ever leaving its own realm, Logue.
Get on with it. Ashes to ashes.
Oh my gosh. Surprise attack. There's also always the convert option. Wouldn't that be funny? We convert the void into something more like us. Let me explain that a little bit. The problem with the void, really... let me walk that sentence back. The problem with the void lords, not the void itself, but the void lords, is that they are chaos bound... They're malevolence bound in chaos, right? They are ultimately malevolent beings. They really do want to spread and corrupt and destroy. Duh. So what if we kind of remove them from the void, from the influence of the void, and allow it so that just void exists? A neutral force, which is therefore obviously chaotic, but, you know, not malevolent. As I've pointed out several times, there's a lot of inferences that you can take from just how much void energy we, in Azeroth, channel, consume, are made up of. Remember, simply being human means you have a bit of void in you. Just to name one example of that. So what's my hope for after the last Titan? I mean, obviously my hope is a good game. I know, that's not helpful. It's true, but that's not what you're really asking for. I've said for years they need to move on to WoW 2, but the more I think about that sentence, the more I'm not actually sure of it. The problem is, I think that from a perspective of a person, someone who's just playing a video game and wanting to enjoy it, there would probably be a lot of good stuff that would come from WoW 2. The problem with that is the gaming space is in an extremely bad place right now. AAA gaming has already collapsed 2 years ago, and the bubble is still, like the aftershocks of that bubble collapsing are still reverberating throughout the industry. This is not the time to jump into a new MMO. MMOs are, by definition, AAA games. Like, that's where that's at. Yeah, exactly. Everything is just a little bit too unstable right now to really encourage such an idea. In an ideal world, yeah, we should just chunk on to WoW 2. We probably should have chunked on to WoW 2 back during Kata, which is funny, because that was actually their original intent, if you remember. It was going to be Kata, and then, you know, Titan. That didn't work. Aha! It's you, Variontron! I accuse you of being an eel! So at this point, I'm not sure, really. Agreed, Linerith. Ironically. That or GTA 5. That's not a joke. I knew it! I knew it, Variontron! I mean, probably it's Ross. Remember, most MMOs don't manage a sequel all that well. And the few that have did so by really brute forcing it. It's worth noting that Guild Wars 1 discontinued all support of Guild Wars 1, specifically to encourage people to move forward. They kept Guild Wars 1 there. You know, they left the lights on. But Guild Wars 1 stopped all actual development, just to make sure that everyone knew, you want new stuff, you go to the new game. Destiny actually pulled the plug on Destiny 1, just to try and ensure that nobody would stick with that, etc., etc. Yeah, that's right. They're thinking about doing a Guild Wars 3, aren't they? Or maybe they've confirmed that? I didn't actually look into it. I wonder if it'll be completely different again. Yeah, Destiny 2, I have a lot of ire for Destiny 2, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
Speak your peace.
Whoops. No, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Get on with it. Suffer well.
I never really poked at Destiny 1. I did play Destiny 2 up until the conclusion of the vanilla campaign. Which I believe isn't even in the game anymore, from what I'm told. Like, apparently you can't do that campaign or something. Which is just... okay. You want to talk about abandonment, Jesus. You know, real talk, and I mean this, would probably be the safest possible bet for WoW going forward. In the current environment, is to kind of discontinue WoW, you know? I don't mean, like, pull the plug. I mean, do what Guild Wars 1 did. Put it into maintenance mode. Maybe do a few additional quality of life patches, fix up the abandonment issues, and then just go back to them and just walk away from it. WoW is a gigantic money sink in real life. Now, it makes that money back a few thousand-fold. But, you know, what is that quest?
Elrana? It has been eons. We thought you were all lost. Come quickly. The way is open to Oribos.
We exist in perfect communion with destiny, Aldeli. I am exactly where I should be. Also, it is just Rana now.
Just Rana? What has happened to... Wait. The Moorwalker approaches. Farewell, my friend.
Hello, my friend. An expedition of Cartel Al was sent in search of this place long ago, and was believed lost. I entered Zereth Mortis in hopes of saving my splintered cartel from the dangers of the Maw that have preceded me. At last I found my old friend, yet she refuses to return to safety. Perhaps the others can be convinced. Will you try?
Why did you not return to us? Why remain in this place?
This place of wonder? This place of beauty?
This place of danger. You should not have disturbed Zereth Mortis.
Indeed. But those who do the disturbing must also do the undisturbing.
Sorry. First of all, Oculus, I did get the sub. I did put it to Vermintide 2, Stellaris, and Jedi Fallen Order. I don't remember if I said thank you, so thank you, Oculus. Just in case I forgot to say it. Second, I love throwing these two brokers side by side because it does such a good job of contrasting them. We see what the broker looks like underneath, what part of them is actually broker. And the one on the right has, you know, fine silks and big old chunks of armor and all that. The one on the left is barely draped in rags. And that does a great job of showcasing that and just getting across what it's been like for the brokers who have been stuck here for however long. It's also, I believe, the first time they confirmed that the cartel name you put in front of your name in order to show your allegiance to said cartel. So, like, Ross would be Lore Ross, for example, because he is mine. Or, I mean, because he's part of the Lorewalkers. So the portal to Oribos is open. Yes. So I can never leave my Vombata. Okay, let's try someone else. Good morning, Baron.
You are not a pilgrim.
Thieving cartels could infiltrate Zereth Mortis at any time. You're no longer safe here.
Take your time, return.
Shame, but our shields will protect us from criminals. Will they?
Blessings to you.
Don't you know you're in danger here? From Zereth Mortis itself? Of course not. There's nothing to fear so long as the first ones are respected. Your cartel owl friends miss you. They and you are welcome to join Bud and I in our ornithological endeavors. I don't think you're gonna win this one, buddy.
The way to whatever you seek.
I never thought I would come to this place. After all my efforts to prevent others from suffering the same fate as my lost cartel members, I find them at long last. They seem content, no? I fear they will not be for long. I've heard whispers of dangerous dealings in Tavazavesh. Maybe we can talk about that another time?
Let me know if you need anything. Cartel
I do not understand. These are my brethren. How can they be so careless, so unconcerned with both greedy cartels and Mossworn at their doorstep? But their protective technology is antiquated. It will not keep danger out. If I cannot persuade them to leave, I can at least ensure they are safe. I do not want to lose my friends again. There should be 4 hidden conduits around the edge of the shield. Take this kit. It will allow you to inspect and repair them.
Please, come home, runner. This place is treacherous.
There is treachery, certainly. But there is also awe, sanctity, and eventually, enlightenment.
Of course they're key-shaped, because they're broker. They're just cosmetic, Meganuxin. Nope, Meganuskin, excuse me. Apologies. It's there just to have a cool thing on your character select screen. That's it. Stop. That guy literally just said, "Stop right there, criminal scum." That's not what he said, but he might as well have. They were all recorded back in July, Garcia.
In need of a guide?
I knew it. Haven's defenses were deliberately tampered with by Cartel Zai.
Good luck with your adventures.
So the shields have been sabotaged. Of course Zai are the first to attempt to profit off this land. Their greed will put us all in even more danger. We must stop them. Let's search together for signs of their passage.
Stay here, Anna. It isn't...
Safe? I have faith in the Mawwalker's ability to protect us.
I am literally a tank. I know, Ross. I looked that up this morning because someone asked why they couldn't catch those live. And so I had to tell them exactly when they were recorded. And it's like, oh, wow, it's been half a year. Holy crap.
Be careful. A wild animal is trapped here. That was close.
Were you afraid of that cute little thing?
It could have attacked us.
See, that's what I'm thinking, Lanirith. I think the only first ones who are here are the ones who survived. And everyone else is like, bah, screw this place. And they're all dead. Except Firim. He's not doing great.
Wait. We don't know of what these constructs are capable.
The Automa exist to protect Zereth Mortis. Continue your rest, Sacred One.
Yes, it won't be super long, but there will be no first shift tomorrow.
That Vombata has been hurt. Help me calm it down. There, sweet thing.
The Vombata nuzzles you.
Rather cute. But we must focus. Cartel Zai is nearby. Trust me, I am a professional. Cartel Al thanks you for your patronage.
Do you sense a shift in the air? They may be hidden, but Cartel Zai is near. Fortunately, the devices they use to cloak themselves are familiar to me. Here, take this, place it on the ground, and it will reveal agents for a time. Stop them, even if you must take their lives. Trust me, I will definitely have to take their lives.
Good luck with your adventures.
Zai, are you doing this? Is the name of this quest. We cannot see them, but I'm certain Zai has established their base here. Something must have drawn Zai to this area of Zereth Mortis specifically, and we must discover what it is if we're to protect our friends here. Their cloaks do not cover their supplies very well. See what information you can gather from their belongings.
They are using cloaking devices to hide themselves. Use this to reveal them for a time.
They have an attack called Hyper Light Bolt. I'm not even sure what that's supposed to be. You cannot imagine how much profit is to be made here. Dude. Of course he is, Lo. Come on, it's Dorian. I can't wait to find out he's actually secretly super evil in Dragon Age 4. I'm so sorry, Professor Iago. Are you okay? Do you need someone to talk to? We here at the Lore Walkers are tolerant, kind, and understanding of people who have seen droids and Ewoks. Sometimes, you know, we have to accept that there is good in this world in addition to droids and Ewoks. I know it's hard to believe in the moment. It's hard to process. Just hold on, Professor Iago. It's okay. It's gonna be alright. You're amongst friends now. Just, Ewoks and droids cannot hurt you anymore. Oh, proto-flesh. Okay. Gross, but whatever. I just looted proto-flesh. I don't want to think about that anymore, so we're going to move on immediately. Sorry, Xavion. Actually, that would make sense. Just primordial ooze. You know, just goop.
Farewell, my friend.
So they thought they could hide their plans with code? Hold on, this should just take a moment.
It says they wish to invade Haven in order to reach a locked door?
What? No. They want to enter the slumbering vault.
Oh gosh, let me think about that, Linareth, because that's hard.
Bring back a good story.
We sealed the door to the slumbering vault when we first arrived. It is a sanctum, a cradle of all that is precious here. The power that sleeps within should not be touched by us. If the Zai leader made it past the shields while we were distracted by the beauty of this place, I shudder to think of what they have already disturbed. Hurry, to the slumbering vault.
Please just come home. This is madness.
I am already home. And now, my home is in danger. I must protect it.
Can we do me... Oh, never mind. Check here. No, I can't. Do me a favor. What's the name of the stupid butterfly mount that just came out? For the monthly thing?
The lock is broken. They must already be inside.
Quickly, Walker. See if you can open the door with this console.
Yeah, remember, we're the only one who can interact with any of this stuff, so...
Cartel Al. You sit upon a wealth of knowledge and do nothing.
No. What has he done?
Ah, my device isn't working on his cloak. I will keep trying.
What's that fool done to the console?
Enjoy your day.
The console's going haywire. But maybe the buttons do something?
It's breaking. Could these buttons do something? But I should not know. The Automa.
You will keep Progenita's secrets no longer. Walker, help Rana. I'll try to break through his cloak. A scrap of this power is worth more than all of you.
Control it before it kills us all!
Stone. Might another button fix this? Or make it worse? Wrong button. Wrong button!
How do you know? Thank you, Savion. It's not even visible there. Aw. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Y'all stop attacking me for 5 seconds, please. No, it's the monthly mount stuff.
One of these buttons must turn it off.
There's actually 3 mounts this month.
Oh, thank the first ones.
Now, Walker! His cloak is down! I will break into it again. But first, I will break you!
Yes, Linareth, 100%. Then again, all of the constructed afterlife stuff is going away too. So.
You are too late! Zymox has already...
Hurry. We must leave before we disturb this place further. Thank you for your help, Walker.
You're welcome.
I suppose you are right, Aldalil. The power here is dangerous and unpredictable.
Yes, but it can also be beautiful. You showed me that.
I mean, really, the danger here wasn't the frickin' Zereth Mortis, it was the idiot who was just messing with it. Is that a duck? Oh my god, it's a fricking Zereth Mortis duck. Or chicken. Oh no, I'm enjoying myself off the deeper end. I have yet to get bored of playing WoW, even though everyone else has.
Farewell, my friend. I understand now why you need to stay. You are no longer a cartel. You are caretakers.
We are enlightened.
Yeah, I know, right? Who are you? We are the Enlightened. Oh. Okay. Oh no, his mirror star. No! Negative to story. Shadowlands is referenced.
Right on time.
Okay, yeah, that's
Watch
it.
where you tread.
Skip that.
We will face whatever comes.
Greetings. I will be here when you need another favor.
Goodbye.
What news?
You should join Chandris and infiltrate the Mossward in the east. Wherever you two uncover will inform us of your next course of action. Take care. We have no information on what you may find.
The intruders have entrenched themselves near the Forge of Afterlives. If you truly mean to combat them, I suggest you start there.
We need to know what the jailer is planning. Darien, take the Covenant forces and make a push from the west. Chandris, you and the Mawwalker infiltrate the east side and see what you can learn.
Okay, so really quick, before we go do the scouting mission, we're just going to leave forever. Bye. Wait, hang on. There it is. Overshot. Sorry. So I want your guys' opinion on something. I'm obviously rather fond of the Ruby Dragon. But its textures are so low res. I mean, it's a Cataclysm thing, right? So, that's a problem. But second, and far more importantly, there's another mount. And I'm debating picking it up just for Horde Runner. And I want your guys' thoughts on this. It's true, Blade of all.
Come see my wares.
It's this thing. It's the Ruby Butterfly. I'm still kind of torn, as you might imagine. They are very good looking, very high res. Yeah, this is for my Earthen specifically. There's actually a Pearl version as well. Get rid of that. But that wouldn't be for the Earthen. That's just cool looking. There's also this thing, because there's just, like I said, there's 3 mounts this month. Whole bunch of Pearl Butterfly-y looking weapons, too. I think the only one that caught my attention was... God, where was it? I passed it. I had to have passed it. Yeah, that one. The mace. That thing. Do they? I could see that. Screw it. Let's just see what it looks like.
Luck be with you.
Easiest way to test it. It's not like I don't have the currency to spare. It's purely in-game currency, although unfortunately, some time ago they added the ability to purchase it with real money, which I will never, ever do. But that's the Traveler's Post. It's a monthly thing. You play the game, you get currency and rewards. All cosmetic stuff. As I've said before, the specific design of the Traveler's Post is why I'm okay with it. Because it really is primarily about just playing the game and giving you the option to get extra cosmetics for playing the game. And I'm fine with that. There they are. So sorry, we accidentally... What in the world? It's Ooze, Plaguey, and Bloop. My goodness.
We are driven by a single purpose. Retribution.
So, Tyrion Fordring took up the Ashbringer in my absence. I can think of few more worthy.
Indeed. He met the Lich King in battle and shattered Frostmourne itself.
And yet you sought to raise him into undeath. Why deny him the rest he had earned?
I once told Tyrion that only a silver hand can wield an ebon blade. We needed a fourth horseman, one to lead the others. He seemed the right choice.
It appears fate chose differently. This is not the legacy I meant to leave you, Darien.
You taught me to defend that which I hold dear. I am proud to carry on such a legacy.
And I am proud of you, my son.
And of the paladins you killed during that mission. The good news, Xavion, is these Stay a While and Listens have been doing nothing but going up in both frequency and quality. Amiibos are microtransactions. We have given negatives for amiibos existing in every game that covers them. Now, that being said, they're actually some of the best microtransactions out there because, in my personal opinion, there's a benefit to them other than the game. The amiibo itself, right? The fact that it's a cool little figurine that you can put on your shelf and admire and enjoy. If the amiibos themselves weren't as high quality as they were, or weren't a physical object, then yeah, that would actually irritate me. Fun fact, some sites online actually like to sell just the barcode, or just the chip. In other words, just the microtransaction, the thing you can then put on your controller and scan in, which, screw that, you know?
Thromkar, together.
You have told me many stories of your life, Goel. It seems some of the memories trouble you.
Yes. I spoke of Garrosh, son of Gromarsh Hillscream. I'd hoped to spare him from the darkness his father knew. But instead, I fear I'm to blame for the ruin he unleashed.
Fate sets a course before each of us. How are you to blame for the destiny he wrought?
I took him from Nagrand. I made him war chief. But when he needed me most, I left him to falter. And in the end, it was my hand that struck him down.
Your father used to say that a wolf decides whether to come when called, or to turn on its master. There is no fault, only nature taking its course. Garrosh shows his path, my son.
But I set him upon it.
You offered him a choice. You did not choose for him. Mourn if you must, but his decisions are not your burden to bear. His path ended. Yours moves onward.
Onward. Yes. There is much to be done. Thank you, Mother.
And if I might be so bold, duh. There's nothing wrong with Thrall feeling guilty for what happened with Garrosh. Thrall did screw up in several ways. But Draka's right. Garrosh chose. He could have been all kinds of things, and he decided to be that. Yeah, that's a... No kidding, Ross. Jesus. I think that's all of them, because we already saw the other two. Agreed, Esmera Star. There's one in Revendreth. Jesus. Well, I think I actually know the one you're talking about. God, mounts are so slow when they're on the ground. Sorry. Let me scooch up here. I mean, you're right. The actual answer is they just forgot. Just like they forgot the fact that there's multiple Uthers walking around. So that's the real answer, is they forgot. No big secrets. Just a screw-up. Having said that, it would be interesting if there were multiple Mogrians walking around. No? There it is. So we probably can't even see it, but just in case we can. No, Mr. Floyd. Remember, the Shadowlands are the afterlife for every timeline and every multiverse in every dimension and every world in the entire multiverse. Let's see. Where is Kael'thas and the Accuser? Correct, Mr. Floyd. Just the one Shadowlands. Which is exactly as stupid as it sounds. Well, there's the Accuser. But I was afraid of this. Because, like...
Speak. I will...
Yeah, we haven't progressed to 9.2 on this character. Hang on. Wait, hang on. Kill is right there. Maybe he'll have a talk to.
Is it a sin to fight for survival?
Yes. What? He asked. Yeah, Clea could actually be from Azeroth. We wouldn't know. They wouldn't know. Oh, listen, I've done my sinning in my day. This one time, like, I wasn't even that hungry, and I ate an entire donut. The whole thing! Just like that. Still feel bad about that. And you throw him into the maw. Or Swift Shot. He can never truly retire. This way, this way. I don't remember where I'm going.
By the light. Adrestes, this cannot be!
And we're in Zereth Mortis. Okay, so now that we're in Zereth Mortis...
Mawwalker.
Damn it.
Hallmark Adrestes brings grim tidings from Bastion.
But
you are needed in Oribos at once.
Fine, okay, fine. Shut up.
We stand together against the darkness.
Okay, so we skipped ahead to Zereth Mortis, and then we skipped ahead to Kurthia.
I will aid you as best I can.
Which sounds very strange. I don't know, Lunaruth. There is no logic or reason to what they inject from the game, I've noticed. Okay, so the portal to Zereth Mortis is there. Good, good, good. Okay, so that's it over here. Yes, we are technically in 2 timelines simultaneously right now.
The purpose
on the same character, no less.
This crisis will...
I know, they kept Banes? I guess that was the tutorial for Torghast, but, like, who cares? Why keep that? I'll be right back. Look, he was really tired. It's been a long day. I just picked up the red one for now. Look, time travel is easy, okay? All you have to do is keep track. The difference between your timeline and everything else's timeline. Everyone has trouble with that. It's really easy. Just do things. I mean, I love the pearlescent look in general, although I prefer blue pearlescent instead of like white. Just gonna check really quick, because I don't think anything's changed up here. Yep, okay. Downstairs. So there's Kale again. This is it. It's totally gonna be here. Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, this is a colossal waste of time.
No sacrifice without
Sorry, Swiftshot. It's okay. Go back to, like, math. How do you be in math? Ah, never mind. I don't want to know. Yeah, like, I know how math works, I think. Like, you add stuff, you divide stuff, but, like, how do you be in an equation?
I am listening.
You've arrived. Their movements here are strange. It almost seems as if the bulk of their forces is elsewhere.
Keep your eyes sharp and your footsteps silent.
We will find the answers we seek.
The little I've seen so far has given me almost no information about our enemies. We will have to take a closer look. I can hide the both of us from sight on your command, but stay hidden from the Dreadlords.
On your mark.
Ugh. So, the thing that said, the thing that Kael'thas was going to say? Kel'Thuzad has been destroyed. No! I should have been the one to claim vengeance for the Sin'dorei. And what would that have accomplished? Would have changed the fate of your people? No! I merely... So this retribution would have been for them all. It would have not been for them all, only for you. I was not there when Silvermoon fell. Absent in its hour of greatest need. My failure has haunted me ever since. So it is not vengeance you seek, but redemption. You committed many sins in life, Kael'thas Sunstrider. Your kingdom's ruin was not one of them. Repent for all else, but forgive yourself for that. Perhaps you're right, Accuser. It seems I have work to do. Meanwhile, Chandris is talking to Tyrande. It is good to see you whole again, Mindo. I had feared you might be forever lost. Ever since Darkshore, rage has swelled inside me, a tide under which I seemed destined to drown. It was not until I heard Elun's voice that I recognized the grief buried in my anger, sorrow, intertwined with a deep sense of betrayal. When Teldrassil burned, I could not understand why the goddess did not intervene, why she would allow so many to be lost. But I did not know of Ardenweald, of the duty and purpose that awaits the souls of our people, at least before the Maw. Perhaps we can never truly know the way of the gods, my daughter, but I believe Elun made a choice to aid her sister, not to cause us sorrow. The Winter Queen faces hard choices as well. She and Mother Moon are bound together in an eternal cycle, death and rebirth. A cycle the Kaldorei must now rejoin. No more looking to the past. It is time to embrace our future.
And what of Contessa's idea? Has that found success?
So they seek to control the Forge. Come, let us find one of these obelisks.
There's an old military joke, I forget the structure, or the specifics of, but the structure of it is, you can always tell when such and such is happening because there's an entire platoon of nothing but lieutenants. You notice how every single Dreadlord here is a Dreadlord commander? There's like 5 of them just patrolling right next to each other. Who are they commanding? Each other? Sorry. Just, yeah, there are way too many Dreadlords just everywhere, and they're all Dreadlord Commander. What's your name? Commander. And eject. What? Knowing and accepting that law doesn't have any ejections been especially egregious.
The Master's patience is running thin. We must gain access to the Sepulchre.
Dominated Automa. That must be how the Marsworn are tampering with the obelisks.
So let's see. Parts of WoW that were ejected that bother me the most. From a gameplay perspective, I could list several, but let's actually focus in on something else, because that's easy. I would say that the ejection that probably irritates me the most is the entire Cloak quest chain in Pandaria. That is the definition of MSQ. It is main plot. It directly ties into both Warlords and Legion. It set the seeds for a lot of story beats that wouldn't be paid off for 2 expansions. Was a good character piece for Raytheon, which, you remember, we barely see in the existing game. Like, we see him in... well, we see his egg in Cataclysm. If you happen to be a rogue, you see him in Cataclysm. Otherwise, you don't at all. And then, like, you skip forward to BFA when he's suddenly grown up. And he's like, hi, I'm back! And he helps us against N'Zoth. And yeah, it's also a really good character point for Anduin. It was part of his character arc and character journey. So yeah, I would say that's the worst. I would also...
Up ahead. They have already destroyed an obelisk.
Didn't need to actually click that. I would also put the ejection of the legendary chain from Warlords pretty high up there, which not only described the main plot of Warlords, you know, what was happening with the time travel shenanigans, but also was a good character moment for Khadgar, as well as explaining why, oh god, I can't think of her name all of a sudden. The Cordana, thank you, ended up turning on us. Like, which is a major plot point for Legion, which is just ejected from the game. Number 3 pick would also be another Anduin thing, which is just, it's getting to be a thing at this point. Number 3 pick would be the entire lead up to the Twilight Highlands chain for the Alliance, which was a major character moment for Anduin. The first one, by the way. First time he was ever on, like, had lines and had a character. And it was a character growth moment for Varian. Otherwise, he just kind of suddenly is like, hey, I'm different in Pandaria. All 3 of those are main plot ejections, and all 3 of those are pretty bad.
These obelisks appear to channel the Forge's power. The remaining ones must be protected. Shall we begin? Goddess, watch over you. Consider it done.
These obelisks must be key to Zoval's plans. Even without the full knowledge of their purpose, we should stop the Mossworn from meddling with them. I will bring this information to High Lord Bolvar. Head to Mograine and do the same. We will need to build defenses around this.
Nature will heal.
No, I think those are still in, Xavier. Pretty sure we found this. Yeah, because that's when we played Khadgar's cinematic. You have to go digging for them, but those do still exist. Yeah, the only thing I want them to do is to never acknowledge Shadowlands again. Which, I mean, duh, I suppose. Seriously? I don't want them to actually eject Shadowlands from the game. I just want to never have to ever come up ever again. I don't think that's asking too much.
We know much.
The enemy has not been able to break through our defending line, but I fear we will lose the battle without your assistance.
The Knights of the Ebon Blade will not falter.
Our forces have been holding out so far, but we have not secured the area. We could use some assistance.
A shadow of hope remains.
The 4 Covenants are working together along the Atama. Unfortunately, our soldiers have been separated or wounded. If you could aid them, you would help tremendously.
We will see it through to the bitter end.
I do like the mixed group we start seeing. You know, Venthyr alongside the Centaur guys, alongside a Mossworn, and occasionally a Kyrian. Mixed arms, I think is what they call it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Combined arms? Something they tried to push very hard in Warcraft 3. One of the bigger complaints that the developers had about StarCraft 1 was the fact that a lot of armies boiled down to having a whole bunch of one unit. Mass Hydralisks, or mass Mutalisks, or whatever. Warcraft 3 introduced synergies and a whole lot of other reasons why you'd want a mixed arms, combined arms, whatever it is, army. I only mention that because it's kind of a Warcraft thing, and I do hope they continue to do that. They have been, so that's cool. But it's always neat to see like, even just purely visually, it's nice to see lots of different types of units all working together, you know? It's the reason why we like those team-ups in superhero movies. Yeah, sure, Spider-Man's cool, but Spider-Man grappling onto the Hulk and then being flung into the enemy while spinning around with Wolverine, well, that's even cooler, right? Yeah, do you mind? Also true, Blade Devil. Although that still follows the same concept, because they're all different Spider-Men, as opposed to just literally the same guy over and over again. Don't mistake me, there's something narratively interesting about having a whole line of stormtroopers too, but
harness your hate.
Different vibe.
Make it useful. We are eternal.
That sound. It came from the direction of the obelisk at Provis Flora. Impossible. We've let low one through. Hurry, follow me.
We must forge our own destiny.
That guy just straight up had a gun. I'm sorry, hold up. That guy just had a gun.
She's dominating that creature! Ebon Blade, stop her at once! Dread Lords, of course. Mallwalker, to me!
You're already too late!
No, we must not let her escape!
You can tell I'm very invested in this because I'm looking at gun models while this is happening. There it is. Yeah, so that's a gun. That's a first one's gun. Interesting. Yeah, it's a frickin' railgun. It looks weird on an Earthen, but I bet on a larger race it would look better. Are you guys still alive? Why are you still alive? Oh god, it is. The energy sword blade thing he had. My death accomplishes little. Ready.
Accomplish nothing. Poor mortals, still a step behind. Now, destroy them!
For us, there is no peace.
They managed to hide themselves. Yeah, they can fly and shapeshift. Dude, come on.
The Knights of the Ebon Blade will not falter.
The Dreadlords... Can we stop having the Nothers... The Dreadlords infiltrated deep into our ranks. I'm sorry, I should mention something really quick. If you were paying any kind of attention, you're probably wondering why I kept emphasizing how much the Dreadlords being loyal to the Jailer is such a terrible plot point. Please keep in mind but that by this point, canonically, Denathrius is gone. Like, he's gone from the narrative, I mean. They may someday bring him back, but he has been removed from the board completely. All these Dreadlords are here working for the Jailer. long after Denathrius has effectively left service. In fact, it's even worse than that, because remember, the Dreadlords are fanatically loyal to Denathrius, who the jailer explicitly allowed to be defeated and did nothing to rescue. Why are they so loyal to this asshole? Like, it's actually a separate negative, which I've already given, that they remain so much loyalty in absence of Denathrius. But whatever.
We must forge our own destiny.
Like, they were like, well, we made those new models, by golly. Want to get some use out of them.
We all have a duty.
If the obelisks fall, the Marsworn will gain access to the Sepulchre.
What? No! The Sepulchre is the most sacred of places. This cannot happen. You must stop this!
Do not...
The name of this quest is This Is Your Fault, Fix It. Province fauna is normally regulated by autonomous constructs, but there have been reports they are no longer working. According to the reports, you are the one responsible for tampering with these nodes, which means it's on you to fix them. What?
Good fortune with your quest.
Mogran's request for reinforcements is unusual. We were already planning on reinforcing the area, and sent 3 different outfits his way. From the sound of it, none of them arrived. Da-na-na-na.
Much has been asked.
If we're dealing with Dreadlords, they can be disguised as anything, including the denizens of Zereth Mortis. Fortunately, we have the ability to dispel their illusions, which continues to make it weird that they keep infiltrating us, even though we have multiple ways of detecting them.
We all have our burdens to bear.
Oh god, Savion, that's probably exactly it. Savion just did it. They ruined Warcraft forever. It's over. We're done.
Has your weapon found a target today?
It is you who ordered us to come here. A disrespectful waste of time. Yeah, obviously they've decided to infiltrate us. It's now they're walking around as us. So, you know, that's cool. You have found me out! Ugh. Use me. Yeah, it's also the one time they decide to use us as an appearance or whatever, as a guise.
We have already won.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's not here. Oh, we killed him, Mr. Floyd. In the raid. He got a negative to story, and we killed him. There it is, right there. Unlocking the secrets. This is the achievement I got last February. You can see the lineup right there. February 5th, 17th. You had to explore, which is easy. Do some quests. Do the adventures thing, which is irritating means to an end. Path to Enlightenment, and Curious Collections. Most of those I got a long time ago. It looks like Explore, Tales of, and Adventures were the 3 I didn't have, and I had to finish up last year. I've been really chewing on if the existence of Zereth Mortis deserves a negative. Also, Linnarith's question, although I think Linnarith is logged, so I probably shouldn't answer her question when she's not here. I think I am going to give it a negative, because the harsh reality is it doesn't belong in Warcraft at all. It just doesn't. The way it's presented, the way it's stylized, are very different things. If you told me this was a fragment of the Emerald Dream, and a place which people use to prototype new life forms, I'd be like, okay, sure. But this is math. You know what I mean? This is one of the core, building blocks of all of reality across multiple dimensions, and it's, no. It is, like I said, it's just too high concept for something like Warcraft. That's another thing. The mere fact that we can physically walk in here and do this is eyebrow-raising, at best. Honestly, nobody should go in here, but everyone's just going to treat this like another place we could wander into. So to answer Linero's question, what I would do, if I would make this not a physical place at all, I would say, I would make this a playground in gameplay, but also kind of in lore. Make this the Matrix. It's a place where you plug your mind into, or you log in and control an avatar through. And it is literally a digital escape. So, none of this is physically here, right? This is just a program that the Titans run in order to run simulations on how certain things work and how they build certain things. There you go, boom. Fixed. It's as good as I got. That's your minimum change game. That does fundamentally change everything about it, but that is still the smallest change I feel like I can make and still have it work. Also sounds very Titan, honestly. Oh no, it totally worked in the afterlife, Mr. Floyd. Even though that makes absolutely no sense. But don't worry, we actually destroyed his phylactery during the fight with him. It's part of the fight, is destroying his phylactery. Oh no, there's no jailer, Linerith. You asked how I could make this place work in all of Warcraft somehow. You didn't say anything about the plot of Shadowlands, just the zone. If you want to make this plot line work in all of Warcraft, the jailer doesn't exist. There you go. Boom. Done. So anyways, I am going to give a negative for it, because it doesn't fit. This is not Warcraft. Yep, a lich needs a phylactery in the afterlife. Sure. See, I wouldn't have any end-of-the-world anything here. Like that, first of all, that's stupid. Second of all, you want to de-invest me in a story saying it's the end of all of realities, plural. The entire multiverse is probably the best way to de-invest me as much as humanly possible. But also, no, just make this an explore zone. Make this like Zarla Caverns, you know? Make this a place where you go to, like, be like, hey, look! Check this out, we found this place. Let's explore it. Ba-da! There you go, boom, done. Easy peasy. Hey, I need you to go reinforce.
The hunters.
But you're the one who sent us here in the first place. Maybe you should make up your mind. Oh yeah, by the way, nobody can tell that we're being infiltrated by a Dreadlord. Even though A, they have no idea how to act like us, B, they don't act like us, C, they give nonsensical orders, and D, they know Dreadlords are infiltrating them. So you get strange orders from someone at a time when you know shapeshifters are infiltrating you, and you decide to go along with it without question and get irritated when the actual person shows up to correct you. Negative.
Peace be upon you.
Moving on. Yeah, if this was like how we were introduced to Nathrezim infiltrating us, that might have worked out. Instead, this is well after they have hammered that point in over and over again. We know the Nathrezim are infiltrating. Everybody knows that.
Take your time returning.
Yeah, exactly. This, I mean, if you remember, do you remember the way they introduced the Nothrazim to Shadowlands? We saw Lady Vosh say, "We must stop the Primus immediately. We've got," oh god, I can't remember what she said. But she said something that dumb, right? It's like, we've got to go defeat the Primus. And that's what they opened with. And the moment you see that, it's like, okay. And then lo and behold, seconds later, it's like, I accuse you. And she was a Dreadlord. Yeah. Duh.
We will face whatever comes.
And, oh my god, Bolvar.
The chain.
Something about this doesn't sit right with me. From what you reported, this seems like intentional sabotage, or the work of the Dreadlords. Bolvar, come on, dude. If the Dreadlords are involved... If the Dreadlords are involved... yes, narrator. The Dreadlords were involved. Then the obelisk may be at Reese. Get to it.
Fight for Azeroth.
Hey, look. It's me.
Surprised?
Wait, that's not my weapon. That's literally not my weapon. You screwed up the sword, you idiot.
If I truly replaced you, would anyone notice?
Apparently not. So yeah, it's Mal'Ganis. Of course it's Mal'Ganis.
Champion, it seems you could use some assistance.
Mal'Ganis. I should have known you were meddling in this.
Ah, Lady Proudmoore. A pity you did not come sooner. But I have stalled long enough for Zoval's champion. Farewell.
Remember, I am very loyal to the jailer. Don't ask questions. Did I accuse you of being a Dreadlord? Aw. Mal'Ganis, we are losing this race.
The champion Mal'Ganis was speaking of must be Anduin.
You know, honestly, yeah, Miss Miristar. Making Mal'Ganis, who is a pretty long-standing legacy character in Warcraft, the bad guy instead of the jailer, probably would have actually worked out pretty well. We don't know, Loke. So that's cool. We found our way here as soon as we could. Anduin has been sighted near the structure in the middle of this land, referred to as the Forge of Afterlives. No bets on why it's called that.
My apologies if you find this form of travel uncomfortable.
If we can reach Anduin in time, perhaps we can break the jailer's hold on him.
You know, it would make it for an interesting...
I hope so. But we must be cautious. If Anduin is alone, then we may have a chance.
Of course it does, the nerve. Yep, he's doing something right now. That counts as a Vol appearance. Up to 12.
The melody fades. I await your voice.
Open a way.
The Sepulchre's secrets will be mine. Come.
Notice once again, in gameplay cutscene. I told you, they're going to start stretching with that. Open the way, Xavier. To the door that isn't on fire! I actually kind of like the idea of Mal'Ganis being a central villain here. I like it so much that I'm going to talk about that for a second. Hear me out. You're probably thinking, ugh, well, Lord, what's his motive? What is Mal'Ganis' motivation for being the villain? He hates being a slave. He hates the fact that he was crafted by a gigantic, egotistical narcissist who did everything in his power to make all of his minions constantly lick his boots. And Mal'Ganis has been sick of that for a very long time. Probably isn't completely alone, but is probably the individual Dreadlord who is just the most tired of constantly dancing to his master's tune. Now, he probably has been having schemes for a long time, but there's just nothing he could do about those schemes. He is still yoked to his master's collar until we kill Denathrius. At this point, he suddenly can act on his own and with his own free will. All the other Dreadlords are like, oh my god, we gotta bring the master back. And Mal'Ganis is just like, yeah. And so all of a sudden, he starts doing things. A little rushed. You know, not I've been behind things all along, but, you know, just wanting to get some action in now that he can finally do things of his own volition. This could also make him an interesting contrast to Sylvanas, who is kind of doing the same thing for the same reasons. I'm at a loss. We have no way to follow Zoval. I'll open a portal. We'll discuss our next steps back in Haven.
What have they done to the Forge? We must find a way to follow them. Jaina, are you all right?
Anduin's blade. I sense something familiar. A presence within it. There's no time to ponder it now. We have to tell Bolvar what's happened.
Ooh, I like that as Miristar. Also, congrats, Mr. Red.
We stand together against the darkness. The jailer may have sealed the way behind him, but this land is full of mysteries. There must be another means to enter the Sepulchre. We will not rest until we find it.
Yeah, you notice that little Arthas foreshadowing there. We've done all we can about the jailer for now. Other matters require our attention, like the Devourers! Let's go stop the Devourers!
Pelagos, are you certain you do not need my assistance?
Stop worrying. I am fine. Besides, the Mallwalker will be with me.
You are right. I will watch over Haven while you are away. Good luck.
I don't know, you sure I'm not a Dreadlord in disguise? Maybe you should accuse me of being a demon.
By the Archon! Devourers have completely overrun this place.
Listen, it's gotta be Arthas, Mr. Floyd, because member berries.
My ear is yours.
Honestly, as weird as it sounds, I really would have rather they left Arthas completely out of Shadowlands. Just completely out. Don't have him have any presence. You can mention him. Like, obviously, he's relevant to Uther's story, but that's past tense, right? That's fine. I have no problems with that. You can even have that moment between Jaina and Uther. That's fine. Don't actually have Arthas be in the Shadowlands. He's gone. We accept it. Moving on. Like, his story is reasonably done. The Devourers were insatiable. I hope the creatures we heard is not badly hurt. This door is not going to open normally, though. Maybe we could force our way through.
If we focus our efforts, we can break it open.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, spoilers. You could just say that when... maybe make a mention as, you know, someone is doing their penance in the Maw, freeing all the souls in the Maw. Just have someone mention somewhere they wonder if Arthas is still in the Maw somewhere. And that's it. That's the only reference you need there.
Over there! She must be the one calling for help!
Hello?
Assist. Wait, I understood that. Yes, we are here to help you. Look out! More Devourers! Ready yourself!
Well, good news. So far it's been nothing, and when they get there, it's even worse than nothing, Lanirith. Congrats! You got your wish! They did something with Arthas in Shadowlands! Yeah, I noticed the orb down there. Under the water. Math water?
Must restore.
Help protect her, Mawwalker.
You know what would have been interesting? I've heard this idea tossed around several times. Hello, Evo. What if Arthas had actually been... like someone mentioned today, what if Arthas was the one helping Anduin to resist? What if the specific reason we're able to save Anduin at the end is because Arthas was right there, pushing him out? Right? Pushing him out of the sword, basically. Arthas still gets cessated. His last act is against defiance against the one who had his leash for so long. And it helps us to save Anduin so he can be a character in War Within. Yeah, Arthas goes out like a hero, which kind of tracks, all things considered. I will do anything or pay any price to save my people sounds a lot like what I just described. Because he would be choosing cessation there.
I think that was the last of them.
It's also a choice at that point.
Restore Shadowlands.
What do you mean? Restore how?
Seek knowledge. Seek.
Have you read anything interesting lately?
We were too late, but we must not give up hope.
Together, we can achieve...
She's fallen, but appears to be alive? Must be something we do to help her. Let's see if the Enlightened know anything. I'll find some way to transport her and meet you back in Haven.
Maybe the Enlightened can help. I'll meet you in Haven, Mawwalker.
Hey, Evo, you want to see my new mount? I'll give you the zoomed out view first. The color looks a little weird because of the lighting out here, but... Ah! Ah! There we go. Well, it's the March Mount.
Kyrian, you do not understand what you are meddling with.
But she asked for our help.
Nonsense. An oracle would never gift her words upon your kind.
I speak the truth. Tell them, Mawwalker.
Yes?
Regardless of what you think you heard, nothing has changed. The creations of the First Ones defy comprehension. Those among us who sought such knowledge are now banished. We will not assist you in this fall.
Time for you to go.
That was unhelpful.
If at first you don't succeed, pick yourself up and try again.
And then kill the people in your way. Very important step. If the elders will not assist us, we must find someone who will. That other enlightened Firim, he was much more interested in the Atama. He said he was estranged from his kin. Someone in Haven must know about him.
Well, if you won't help us, what about Firim? Perhaps you could tell us where he stays?
Do not speak of the exile.
I can't remember the line. Remember the line in FF12? Consulting with the banished one is heresy. Sorry.
Your wish is my desire.
Blessings on your house.
That recipe is a trade secret.
3 hexagonal leaves, 1 scoop primordial starch, 2 splashes water from dimensional falls, 1 handful of berries. Grind berries and leaves together. Then toss with the starch. Knead to form dough and sprinkle with water from the dimensional falls to rise. Roll dough into balls and mold them into a pleasant shape. Roast using a fire spell of your choice. Offer to your Vombata for infinite appreciation. Yeah, no, these guys are assholes. They're religious zealots, which I get why, they're literally in math, but it doesn't make them any less unpleasant to deal with. Honorable Elders, I write to implore you to reconsider the fate of Firim. While I agree his curiosity's got the better of him, I am unsure if they were justified in his exile. With the gates of Zereth Mortis open, I fear what else may come through to threaten us. Despite his recklessness, his knowledge may be able to help. I've heard he was seen west of the Forge. I will seek him out there. Oh god, there's a horrible thought, Linareth. I like the frog just hanging out down there.
Do you need a training partner? Lift up those around you.
Do not worry. I will watch over this oracle while you search.
Thank you, Clea.
Heligos, why are you trying to be a character all of a sudden? Come on, quit it, man. Get her, get her. Go be Princess Buttercup.
Hey there! Stop!
Who
was that? We should see what they were after.
So this is the one who we just found out was going to search after him.
This poor soul. Though, what are they holding? A map to Firim's hideout? Let's hope the assassin did not see this.
Narrator. The assassin saw this.
Look! The light here is the same as the one that hides Haven. This is surely where we will find Firim.
I don't think I've ever heard of it, Linareth. Sorry.
More assassins. Stop wasting my time.
Hi, Firim.
Wait, I know you. Yes, we're friends from the vestibule.
Hello again. We need your help.
My help? You've led the assassins right to me. I'm the one that should be helped.
Well, okay.
I'm so close to understanding.
Those assassins are after more than just my life. They wish to steal my research!
The mysteries of this land await.
Ever since you opened the way from Orobos, certain cartels have taken the opportunity to come after me and my work in a rather lethal fashion. They know how important my research is to everything. More assassins are sure to follow, what with you blazing a clear path right to me. I cannot get them all. You need to fix this and help protect my secrets. Take care of them for me.
Zereth Mortis holds much to discover.
It seems my hidden traps I placed around the grotto are not as effective as I would like, considering your presence in my home. However, they are still useful in preventing the majority of unwanted attention. Since you so kindly brought assassins to me, I cannot reset the traps myself, so you'll need to do it for me. I'll stay here to guard myself and my research. Use the sensory synchronizer.
We are sorry to have brought trouble to you, but we have found an oracle.
As if one would ever notice you. I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay.
It's true. Mawwalker, please help him while I retrieve the oracle from Haven.
Yeah, Firim is at least trying to frickin' help us. Unlike, you know, everyone else. Brokers. If Firim's merely insane, that doesn't make him unpleasant. Which...
What secrets is Al-Firim hiding?
No, he hasn't been all for a long time. Not that you would acknowledge that, of course.
His secrets will be ours.
There's a horrible thought.
He has the information we seek.
Did you guys just piss off for a while? We're kind of trying to deal with the end of all reality at the moment.
I will be the first
to die. Wait, no, I take that back. Ah! There's always one, isn't there? One group of evil insert species here. Not like this is the first time we've had to deal with frickin' Zai, but still. These people are so stupid. We're literally in the middle of dealing... By the way, did you catch that? Did you catch the pacing issue there? So, the jailer is currently in the sepulcher. Now. Right now. So, like, what are we doing? I know the vague idea is that we're trying to find some way in after him. But, like, we're basically off doing chores while the jailer is currently trying inside the building with the controls to reality. And we're just kind of spinning our wheels. Yeah, we're in a severe hurry. We're in a big hurry with a massive ticking clock, and we're off picking flowers. That sounds familiar for some strange reason. I actually mentioned this before, because this whole plot races, but, like, in all the wrong ways. The pacing is so weird for 9.2. Behold, eternity's end. Yeah, the halos are on the verge of firing, and we're like, hold on, hold on. Those flowers over there look really pretty. Oh, probably Arspruce. His own people shun him because they're religious jackasses. Freaking zealots. Yeah, who? Exactly. We're currently ooh piece of candying. And it's like, guys? That is an interesting idea, Linear, of a non-linear division. Something I actually use in the X-Down.
By the first ones, it is an oracle. But what has happened to her?
You know, that's actually a valid point, Uthor.
Unfortunately, we were too late to save her.
Leave me to my thoughts. You can never research too much.
You even brought me an oracle, intact even. I've never known these divine beings to speak with anyone but Atama. There's so much we could learn about her. You must tell me everything.
There is always more to learn.
Before she fell into this state, she mentioned a core. Do you know what that could mean?
Intriguing. I wonder. Wait here. The core we found earlier. Ah.
Hello, Poco. Poco.
How fascinating. What a peculiar atoma. Oh, what is this? What is it looking at?
There's actually some really cool stuff you can do with this thing. Bizarrely. So, yeah, this is the talent tree.
I could never get it to work.
For this pet. As you can see, this gives you... This over here goes...
Hey, where are you going?
Yeah, that's our playground for the zone, by the way, is Poco.
Do you see the patterns?
I don't remember all the things, but you can set him up and customize him in quite a few different ways.
Zereth Mortis holds much to discover.
There are many consoles such as that one scattered throughout Zereth Mortis. They've been beyond my understanding, but perhaps that creature intends to reveal their meaning to us. Fortunately, I know where there are more. I'll mark them on your map. And accompany you. For research, of course.
I will stay here and keep watch in case the Oracle wakes up. Be safe.
Oh yeah, we got tons of time to go grind. It's not like the jailer is currently in the sepulcher.
Interesting. It seems to be interpreting the cipher in some way.
Also, I like the broker mount.
Some of the words can be clearly understood. How brilliant! We are uncovering new secrets.
Tame. It's the only word we got from that.
More knowledge uncovered. I feel we're tantalizingly close to a revelation.
Let's see. If that is Brian George, he's the voice of Geed over in Diablo 2. Good day to you, partner. That guy. I'm not sure if that's him. Hang on, that was a while ago. Let's try to find something a little more recent. Age of Empires 3, Captain Barbossa in Kingdom Hearts 2. Lots of people in Mass Effect. Lots of people in Dragon Age. Abdal Hazir in Diablo 3. Flintheart Glomgold in DuckTales Remastered. He was Ravenhold back in Legion. Anyways. Beauty, Land, Joy, End. Guaranteed for life. Come with a 2-day warranty. I mean, pretty similar vibe, Logue. I'm sorry, Evo.
It is trying to find something. We must be close.
Here, water, running strong. Running, it's me!
Everything is coming together. Come, there is one last place we must go.
He's so excited.
Our little friend is in danger. Help it.
All right, Firim, I'll get you on the evacuation ship. We'll get you out of Shadowlands, don't you worry.
Ah, the final piece of the puzzle. Let us see what it does now. Astounding. The brilliance. The patterns. You see it too, yes? Come, let us go back to my home. There will be more there.
I could see that, Linerith. I wonder if that was the idea at some point along the line, because that fits pretty neatly. Lord knows a lot of settings use soul to mean, you know, good part of you. Empathy, sympathy, positive feelings, etc. Warcraft admittedly does not, but it could be that they took that shorthand. Because this is Shadowlands. I actually remember the episode he was in. Of Deep Space Nine? Where was he in Voyager? Because I thought he was the guy who played Bashir's father in Deep Space Nine.
What do you seek? Will I ever?
The way is not quite clear, but the first steps have been made. It seems like the divine construct has taken more of a liking to you than to me. Well, yeah, I am the chosen one. Now that it has given you the beginnings of understanding, see what it wishes to show you. The results should be enlightening.
You have been chosen, mortal. Look, it wants to show you something at the console.
So I've been thinking about something. Someone earlier asks, why is it we as a species are so fixated on chosen one stories? And I have an answer for that, if whoever asked that is still here. Core systems. Gain access to lore concordances. Oh my god, it is me! Hello, Poke. Welcome to the crew, lad.
The glories of the first ones.
Hey, we've unlocked daily quests. Yay. Oh, sure, whatever.
The Pokopok. Quite a name, little one. With it as your companion, the secrets of Zereth Mortis shall unfold before you.
Yeah, so go grind, blah, blah, blah. Moving on.
Walker.
Let's not Right, let's just move past that. Ah, I actually do know who that is, Uthor, weirdly enough. So here's my thought on why people like Chosen One stories. It's actually really simple. It's like this. We like to think that we matter, right?
I can do.
No, we do.
Please,
we are
let me
relevant
know.
as individuals, and for a lot of reasons I won't get into philosophically. But a lot of people like to think that we're special, we're substantial, we're relevant, but not a lot of people like to earn that, because that's a lot of work, right? And that's time and that's effort. So instead, imagine if we were just born that way. Imagine if we just wake up one day and it's like, oh, I was always special all along. And there's your wish fulfillment, is the idea that we are born substantial and born as chosen ones. We don't have to do anything to work up to it or earn it or to define it. We just have to be it. That's it.
I am here.
We have successfully popped out of the correct vagina. I see you have a new friend, Mallwalker. With Pokepock at your side, I wonder what else you could discover about Zereth Mortis. The secrets we uncover here will be of great help to the jailer. Perhaps they can teach us how to awaken this oracle. High Lord Bolvar will surely want to hear of them. Please, go to Haven and inform him.
There is a long road ahead.
Also true, Uthor. I will admit, everything I just said is exactly why I don't like Chosen One story arcs. It's also why I dislike magic systems where you have to be born with magic, because that is exactly the same concept, really. It's like, congrats, you were born to the correct person. You did nothing. Fireworks.
I fear dark. You have begun to unravel the mysteries of Zereth Mortis. Now
there will be no further treachery. I will see to it.
What?
I will inform the Primus of your discoveries. His insights will be invaluable. Yet more remains to be done. Continue to explore this land. Any new information you find may help us turn the tide against the jailer.
Ah, yeah, we're about to see, I believe, the only cutscene that WoW has ever outsourced. Sorry, I shouldn't have even said that. I apologize.
Sylvanas' soul has been fractured. From the moment of her death until now.
Burn it! This was their home. And you slaughtered all of them! How could you take all those innocent lives? This was beyond life and death. There was no other path to true freedom. How can you not see that? I see what you are. Murderer! Monster! Butcher! Why can I not escape this torment?
The jailer has severed their bond and condemned her to endlessly relive her atrocities. So long as her soul remains divided, she cannot wake.
Maybe she shouldn't.
She's the only one who knows the jailer's plan and how we might save Anduin.
She's the one that turned Anduin.
Jaina is right. How can we possibly trust her?
Her wound runs so much deeper than mine. Well met, Ranger General.
What is this? Who are you?
Someone who shared your fate, felled by the blade of the very same prince.
Arthas. I died trying to stop that monster, only to wake up haunted by one with my face.
That Banshee is you.
No. I cannot accept that.
Her path began where yours ended, and you've seen the decisions she made.
Never in 1,000 lifetimes would I betray everything I stood for. You can't possibly understand.
The jailer is deceptively cunning. When I realized I had become his pawn, it nearly destroyed me. He had no doubts it would destroy you as well. Was he right? Or will you accept her shattered legacy and tell us how to stop him?
Her crimes are unforgivable.
Yes.
And she... Vanish! I must face the consequences.
We cannot change the past, and we may never find forgiveness in the future. But inaction damns us all. Time is short, Ranger General. Make your choice. I've done all I can.
There is no Banshee anymore, Treyarch. Frankly, there's no Ranger General either. That's the point. Yeah, the problem is, I actually have already said this. The problem is with both Uther and Sylvanas, we have an absolutely fascinating concept that they do not go into at all. It's just the most surface level look at something that is a really, really cool thing. You could do an entire story arc, an entire expansion even on. And you've mostly seen all of it already.
The chains of the past still bind us.
The fate of Sylvanas is not my immediate priority. The jailer has destroyed the harmonic channels, ensuring we cannot follow him. Perhaps the brokers know something about these channels. Didn't we quite literally just do this quest?
We cannot defeat the jailer without help from the enlightened.
Yes, and they said no, and then we found Firim, and then he gave us the pet, and now we're here asking them for help. Again, this is literally repeating this.
How long will you be staying?
Blasphemy! Your interference will cause far more harm than good.
With what can I help you?
Stop asking for favors you cannot return.
Yes, I will help you, if you help me.
Elder Ara, we are in your debt. What do you suggest?
I believe a pilgrimage is in order.
Oh, I know, Huthor. We have finally officially reached the point where Danazar is completely in charge. The Banished One is gone, and I think several other people were kicked out at this point, by this point as well.
Farewell.
The other elders follow a strict interpretation of how best to honor the works of the first ones. I am not so inflexible. Our end goal is the same. Let us return to the area where you last saw the jailer.
I will travel ahead. Meet me outside of Provis Esper.
Could be. I don't think I ever finished my Venari rep grind because it was Shadowlands and go to hell.
The Forge. Majestic, is it not?
Oh, absolutely, Zereth. That's the whole point, really. But, I mean, blame doesn't matter, as weird as that sounds. I mean, it kind of matters, but at the end of the day, the final Sylvanas, the one we currently have, still has all the memories of all those horrible things she did. And that's something that's hard to live with. Voyager also does an episode about that, actually.
I will be here when you need another favor. Good luck in your future endeavors.
Some evidence of the Mossworn's destruction may remain in Provis Esper. Recovering that evidence will provide some clue as to how to follow this jailer.
Farewell.
Provis Esper is overrun with Devourers. Hey, Devourers again. They are destroying the local Atama, which is not at all what the first one's intended. A cleansing is in order.
I will be here when you need another favor.
Sure, let's do some padding. That's cool, I'm with it. I like padding. The bear. Paddington. No, of course, I've already talked about this so many times that forgive me for not going into it, because I'm just repeating myself at this point. We've already had this discussion in full. So no, I don't think current Sylvanas is guilty in the traditional sense of the word. Because this new person is a brand new entity that only started existing pretty recently. But it's not a complete you get out of jail free card either. It's more nuanced than that. That's part of why I like it, you know? And yeah, how many people even give a damn whether it's her or not? Bane said that straight up. Maybe we shouldn't let her wake up. Maybe we should leave her in torment forever. He didn't say maybe we should leave her in torment forever, but that's what he meant. He was just told she's stuck in a nightmare where she has to constantly relive her atrocities. And he's like, maybe we should just leave her there. That's Bane saying that. Jesus. That would be really funny, T-Ziller. Yeah, imagine if we reach the jailer and he starts actively killing Azeroth as we're in the fight with him. Wouldn't that suck? Because all we had to have to do is get there like 5 minutes earlier and that wouldn't have happened. Just saying. But yeah, sorry. I don't know. I don't have anything else to add to it, because the game isn't going to touch on it anymore, and I've already discussed it in full, so... If no other, for no other reason, one of the reasons I hope they do touch on Sylvanas at least one more time, is so they could follow through on that.
I think I see something amidst the rubble.
And I mean, mental health issues, PTSD, and trauma are a huge theme of War Within. And yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. Yeah, Shadowlands is just flinging giant wool blankets on the fires over the office right now. Question mark? Oh, I need to... Okay. It's really well written, Blade Traval. Unlike this dreck.
Ah. That looks important.
No, wool, Trihexia. You smother a fire, you strangle it. You get rid of its oxygen source. Nice thick wool blanket, in my real-life experience, is actually pretty good at that, depending on the size of the fire.
You may speak. Good luck in your future endeavors.
But yeah, I don't want to talk up Shadowlands. War Within. So all I'll say is that I'm curious how it's going to score, and leave it at that.
Look! Up there! That avian is carrying something in its beak!
God dang it. I mean, I actually liked Endwalker, so don't ask me, as Miristar. That is apparently an uncommon opinion. Sorry, Mr. Bird.
That Otoma. What is it holding?
The floor is now lava instead of the office. Alright, everyone, get up on the desks. Get up on the desks. Use your chairs. It's okay. They got the wheels. So we can slide across.
Greetings. Farewell. Good luck in your future.
Pilgrim's Grace is a sacred site for the enlightened. The elders there have an intimate understanding of the creations of the First Ones. We will find answers there about these strange remnants we have found. Meet me there.
I will be here when you need another favor. What could be more urgent than stopping the jailer?
Hell of a way to start a conversation.
Farewell. Take the fragments to wherever they glow the brightest.
Okay, I can do that. Just glancing at a couple quests here.
You have what you need.
Most of these are like daily or unlock or grind quests, which is why we're not even doing most of them. Yeah, what about the flamethrower attack on the Geonosians? You frickin' psychopath.
Beautiful day. Might I go with you next time?
There's the sepulcher, by the way.
The fragments are reacting to this translocator. Perhaps now you can use the device.
No, the point of fiction is allegory, Luthor.
Yes? It is not working? Nothing is easy. Well then, retrieve the fragments. You may speak.
So the remnants have something to do with the translocator, but what? Whatever the prior function, they have no power now.
Good luck in your future endeavors.
If the remnants can be restored, someone in Pilgrim Space might know how. Begin with Elder Nirav. I hope he's willing to help. He seems anxious and distracted today.
I will be here when you need another favor.
Ah, it is you. Apologies. I am preoccupied.
With what? That just sounds like a quest. Let me do your quest. Let me do your quest.
Peace, my fellow pilgrim. Ah, I believe you have found parts of a translocator key. At least that is what we have called them. From what we surmise, they channel the energy that flows from the creation catalyst to the forge. A fascinating artifact. but I doubt it can function with the forge in its current state.
Shall we?
Firoz is the most knowledgeable of us in such matters. He believed that anything could be restored atop the creation catalyst. I should say believes, not believed. I maintain hope that he has not met his demise.
Oh, you know what? Lunarith is right. The jailer planned everything, including Sylvanas, from the very beginning. So, by definition, everything was according to his plan. Like, this morning, when I decided to have a hamburger for breakfast, that was actually part of the jailer's plan, to ensure that all the pieces would line up so I wouldn't be able to stop him from actually accessing the sepulcher. Because he knew that would take me a little bit longer to clean my teeth out and, floss after eating. And those precious seconds were what he needed to enact his ultimate victory.
Greetings. Motif. Tell the elders in Haven about the fate of our pilgrims. They must send help.
At once, Eldara.
That's true. He knew about the weekly maintenances. He knows that tomorrow I'm only going to be able to do a half day.
I found Feroz.
I just flew here as fast as I could.
The others. They are trapped inside.
Okay, I can help them.
Farewell.
The Catalyst wards used to be peaceful. Why are we spinning our wheels still? The Catalyst wards used to be peaceful. Pilgrims have been coming here for ages to observe the wonders of the first ones, but this place is no longer safe. The cultivator showed no mercy and no reason as it slew our brethren. You must destroy it. Our elders would disagree with me. The elders are wrong.
Whatever happens, happens.
I suspect we can harness the growth energy present in these plants for our own purposes. For fresh samples, you must gather energized plant matter. I ran, scrambling through thorny foliage and lashers snapping at my heels. My fellow pilgrims were not so lucky. I could hear their screams of pain and horror as I fled.
The entrance to the Catalyst wards is blocked with vines.
You must find a way in. Meet us at the gardens when you are done.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You know what I like more in fiction than someone who planned everything all out to the nth degree 5 million years ago? Someone who's good at adapting their plans on the fly. Because, well, of exactly what Xavion just said. Imagine if it's like, you have done everything according to my design, and all that you've been doing is actually part of my plan. And then we kill him. And it's like, okay, well, why was that one last step of us being able to walk up and beat his face in not part of his plan? Fiction in general has that problem in spades. Like, I don't know. That's probably just a me thing, but that has always irritated me in fiction. That's also true. A character can only be as smart as the writer who writes them. And, well, there's no nice way to finish that sentence, so I'm just going to stop right there. But even with total understanding and knowledge of your own fictional setting, which would allow you to plan a lot better than your character can, the fact is, it's really easy to screw that up, too. I'll use an actually generally good character to explain this. Grand Admiral Thrawn. Thrawn has this problem where he pretty much just has access to the script for large swaths of storytelling. And, well, that's problematic, because he knows things and he suspects things and he figures out things he shouldn't. He figures those things out because the writer knows those things, and therefore he knows those things, but that's it, right? Now, Thrawn canon has been written well several times. That's why I do consider him generally a good character. But they do fall into that particular pattern several times. Yeah, the illusion of intelligence is a great way to phrase that. Did I already? I did. Okay. It is probably worth noting that most of the times when Thrawn has been a good character has been far more recent stuff. You know, now that Zahn has grown as a writer. Probably the hottest take I've ever had about Star Wars is the fact that I actually don't think the Thrawn trilogy is all that good. Like, do yourself a favor, if you ever have the time and inclination, read the Thrawn trilogy and then the Thrawn duology back to back. It is night and day how much better of a writer he got just in that gap of time. And the Thrawn duology was back in the 90s, I think. Anyways, point being, the Jailers planned out everything forever and ever and ever. Up to and including the Burning Legion itself, which I'll always point out for how stupid it is. But he never planned for the fact that the people who beat the Burning Legion could also beat him. Sure. You know, that might have actually worked out if the Jailer was weak. As weird as that sounds. Hear me out for a second. They pull a similar trick in Final Fantasy XII, and I kind of like what they do with that in Final Fantasy XII. Because Vayne is a politician. He's a dude who has a really high charisma score, you know, and a decent int score, and nothing else. That worked there because when we finally managed to corner him into a fight, we just body him, because of course we do. Like, he's not even a hard fight, which is just kind of an FF standard, admittedly, but point remaining. That's it. Dark Force Rising. Titles that make no sense out of context. Makes perfect sense in context. Hello. Oh god, trees! Ah!
Our Vombata friends adore catalyzed apples, but they are only found.
Go on, then.
Okay, so here's the plant matter. Here's the people I rescued. There's a bunch of soldiers in here all of a sudden.
Who is that?
Mawwalker.
Hi.
I came the moment Bolvar notified me.
Of what?
We came, Draven. We.
And then they vanished! Oh god, I'm seeing things! Shadowlands is getting to me! I'm freaking out, guys! Yeah, no, I kind of like that idea, Adam Ciuta. In fact, honestly, you could argue Iridikron has been doing exactly that. And frankly, Xalatath as well. Like, the Jailer might have worked if he was better written, but if he was a complete weakling. If he was, you know, like your prototypical necromancer, right? 5 HP, no armor, no defense, no weapons. What makes him a threat is the giant army of skeletons in front of him. In the Myth series, there's a guy called the Watcher, who isn't quite what I'm talking about, but he kind of lends that himself that way, because the Watcher was someone who, well, once people were able to get in melee range, and he was paralyzed, he was dead. Like, he just went down immediately. Yeah, exactly, Blade Taval. So the Jailer being this whole thing where it's like, might have actually worked out. And then we fight him, and he gets empowered by something just like Vayne did in FF12. And it's like, there's a fight, but he's never going to win that fight, and he knows it. And that's why his plans all finally fall apart, is because we successfully reached him.
Until we meet once more.
Why are we... Okay, so we're using... What are we doing? Using the roots we've collected, I have crafted a concoction that will in theory cause the plant to revert to the natural state. Okay, this is...
Happy adventuring.
Oh my god, they're back!
My blade is yours.
Okay.
Do not let your guard down, Mawwalker.
What are we I'm sorry. What are we doing, and why? Why are we suddenly side questing again? We have successfully gotten pieces and artifacts. We know there's someone who could help us with this. And then we go here, and all of a sudden we're just doing this little side quest thing for seemingly no reason. I am actually lost, and that is weird. That is a weird sensation.
My blade could be yours to command.
Anyways, let's go spin our wheels some more. Yeah, exactly, T-Zealer. It would make so much sense for why the jailer keeps confronting us and then bailing. It's because he's the bailer. Sorry. It's because he literally cannot kill us. He knows that. He put Sylvanas up front because she can actually hold her own in a fight. There's a lot of holes that don't work there, but I'm just saying, that angle would have worked better. That concept would have worked better. I mean, they really did have to pad this out. Remember that the next patch, which is Dragonflight, I remind you, was still, let's see, let's look up how long was this. Give me a second. $245 days away. Oh my god. I think it could, Blade to Ball. I mean, I really am referencing the bouncer each time I do that. Because for those of you who've played that game, you know just how ridiculous that is. To use another example of when I've done a similar thing, I am the President of the United States of America. Points if you get it.
Ugh, there is sap all over my blade.
Sorry. Why are you helping me? Because you need help. Yeah, well, A, no I don't, but B, what are we doing? Why are we, like, restoring part of Zereth Mortis's, like, flora biome? Like that, so sorry, I should actually answer my own question. The thing we're doing specifically here is we are trying to restore this particular life biome back to normal operating standards. Now, I don't know why we're doing that, but that is what we're doing. We're literally trying to reset the server, which once again would make more sense if this was the Matrix. Just saying. There's a lot of cool mounts out here, legit. I have sometimes considered coming back to this and really digging into that. That and Poke-a-Poke, because there's a lot you can do with Poke-a-Poke as well. I never really did because, and forgive me for repeating this, I didn't get into this until Dragonflight was already out. I had long since quit WoW. I just put the game down when this was still new. Good examples of heroes turned villains I can think of. Cecil! No, you know, I'd love to say Anakin Skywalker, but the truth is, that is not a good example of that. It took years and multiple works of fiction to like, retcon and restructure and rewrite entire sections of that for that to work. I would honestly argue that the first time they did a decent job with that would be like as of Clone Wars Season 7 and the more recent stuff in the Ahsoka show. A show I didn't care for overall, but at least did some good stuff with Anakin. Yeah, someone killed the bot here. Yeah, Anakin just wasn't done well in the movies. It wasn't until later that they came back and patched that up. I do not blame Hayden Christensen for that. I never have. And recent works have finally proven me right about that. Is that the one with the flashback just now? Excuse me, rude. Yeah, that's true, Charlord. What's this? Hello. Oh, right. Yeah, I know what this is. So, good example of a hero turned villain. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Arthas. But that one's a bit of an asterisk, so I'll walk away from that one.
A little landscaping is in order here?
Illidan was never a hero. It's actually part of his character that he was never a hero. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Sorry, sorry. I was targeting this thing, sorry. I would argue that Arthas was a hero, even in the confines of just Warcraft 3. Because, yeah, by contrast, Paul was never a hero. That's a major narrative point, is that Paul was not a hero. I don't want to go too much into that, but I have known people who didn't understand Dune and thought of Paul as a great savior archetype, and it's like, no, that's not what a savior looks like. Let's see. Apparently there's one in Avatar: The Last Airbender. I am not familiar enough with that to comment on that. Let's see. Paul was in many ways screwed over before he was ever born. I will actually agree to that point, but...
Thank you. Our little friends will be delighted.
Oh god, that was a world quest. No, I accidentally did a world quest. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
My blade is yours.
Exactly.
Simplicity itself.
I just wasn't paying that much attention, Evo. That's actually my fault, to be quite honest. I was debating Blade Tavul's question so hard I was barely paying attention to the game. I'm really running into trouble on that because it's not very common that is done well, frankly. Most of the time, it's either bad writing or, as we just described, the person was never really a hero, like Paul. Like, it's not very common you see someone who is legitimately heroic descend into someone who is legitimately villainous. Ironically, a villain turning it around in a good way is also quite rare. Because usually it's either bad or they were never really villainous. pretty much the exact same problem. Okay, so we've got your stupid crap. It replicates rapidly until it kills the host. Yeah, that's all. We have a term for that. It's called cancer.
We will soon set foot upon this creation catalyst.
And now to craft a strategy.
The strategy is I go first.
Hey, get back here!
What is this music? I'm so confused about what's happening on my screen right now. Huh? I have not felt this lost in this entire run.
Time again to rest.
These Guardian Automa will shoot down anything that attempts to reach the creation catalyst. Might as well just fighting fire with fire. Or rather, fighting the creations of the first ones with the creation energy of the first ones. I like your first sentence better. I've had a little time to adequately test my theory, but the potion should provide the boost you need to destroy them. Ideally without dying to exposure from the creation energy in the process.
Shall we converse?
Bottoms up, I guess.
It is working!
Yes, I have gained Sprouting Wave. Now what do I just... What am I doing here? Yeah, those are math beams, by the way. Which are best described as deconstructive beams, like breaking you down mathematically. Like, this isn't even atomic level. Your matter ceases to be matter. But no, it's cool. You just take some damage. What? Oh god, these are the same abilities from that Legion quest. Like copy-paste even. I mean, the... Yeah, I'm gonna block the laws of physics! Ugh! Yeah. You don't matter. And I bet you're not even gonna be matter. These are the same exact abilities. They're cosmetically different. Sorry, there's a quest right in the front of the Halls of Honor when you go to see Odin. And you get these 3 abilities while you're there, and they randomly rotate between them. One of them is a line wall that goes... Or, sorry, one is the big AoE, that's that one. One of them's a line wall, and one of them's the array. There's the line wall. That goes whoosh. And see, and just kills everything in front of you. And this next one's the array. So it kind of attacks like that. You know, everyone in the universe. Why do you remember such stupid things, Lore? I don't know. My mother has made fun of me before for this by saying I have Trivial Pursuit brain. In other words, I just retain useless knowledge in the back of my brain for some stupid reason. Sorry, I don't actually mean that. She thinks I retain useless knowledge. I don't, because I don't think it's useless. So I just want to make my stance on that clear. And now the earthen is the big one.
Until we meet once more.
Okay, can we progress the MSQ now, please, Draven? Hey! Okay. We shall ferry you... Okay, so we're going up to the Creation Catalyst. That's our goal! Get to the Creation Catalyst. We got this. I don't remember why we're trying to reach this thing. Like, this is the mount mechanic, right? I'm remembering that correctly. Right? Okay. So what the hell is this nonsense, then? Many disparate things can be created or repaired with the Creation Catalyst. Okay. I will commune directly with the Catalyst. The symbols you must touch will manifest above the device. So, the gear to tier grade thing, I'm going to be real, I don't think I knew this was in Shadowlands. Because I know what you're referencing, because I've used it in both Dragonflight and War Within. In fact, my entire suit I am currently wearing on my Demon Hunter did not used to be set gear.
Yes? You must activate the symbols in the correct order. Ah, a symbol. Correct. A new symbol. That was right. Ah, a symbol.
Yeah, which one of these is which? That's an interesting question. You could argue any of them could be order. Just to name one example. Although having said that, I would say this one over here is probably order.
The next tile, quickly. Correct. Another. That was right.
Based on that, something like this would probably be disorder.
Another.
Yeah, this one, right here.
Keep it. You have successfully restored the translocator key.
Then which one's life? Which one's death? I don't know. I can't do symbology. We've gained access to upgrading our gear.
Woo! You need another favor. Farewell.
You have rescued many pilgrims, and I have restored your entrance to the sepulchre. With that, our bargain is concluded, and so too is my pilgrimage. But your journey continues. Return to the Overlook behind Pilgrim's Grace and open the translocator. My thanks. This adventure has been enlightening.
Good luck in your future endeavors.
Yeah, there it is. Fascinating. And there goes Draven with, you know, my ride. Oh, never mind, he's right there. Well, that's fine. I don't need you anyways, Draven. I've got a better mount now.
The Raptura are troublesome creatures that steal anything they can. Please, help us recover some items.
If the jailer has breached the sepulchre, then he is but a breath away from enacting his plan.
For the last 3 quest chains.
We cannot allow that to happen.
Like, I'm sorry, I really need to re-emphasize that the jailer has been in the sepulchre for the last 3 cutscenes. How simple can a puzzle game be before you consider it too simple? Oh, that's actually a good question. Like, if it's at the point of being like, alright, which one of these characters has a name in yellow? Then that's not, that's too simple, right? If you say, which one of these characters, a baby is you. If you say which one of these characters is, oh, I don't know, Which one of these characters, I guess, isn't human? That's probably still a little bit too simple. But, like, you'd have to at least think about it. If you're not familiar with the setting, you'd have to at least think about that for a second to process which one of these isn't human. It's Sylvanas, by the way. So that's getting there. So something a little bit more complex than that, like, say... Which one of these characters doesn't have a direct narrative through line to each other character? Something like that. You know, that's probably the point at which we actually have a real puzzle there. The answer would be Jaina, by the way.
Tell the others what you told me.
You all have witnessed the jailer's power firsthand. Without the means to resist his domination, we have no chance against him. Anduin may be the key, if we can save him.
You dare speak of freeing him after all you have done?
Sylvanas held the Mournblade that bound him. Her presence may help free Anduin from the jailer's grasp.
I will never trust her.
Then trust in me.
Always, Uther. Very well. We will prepare to enter the Sepulchre and save Anduin. Together.
Also, Sylvanas' final outfit there. I rather like it, personally. Her Moss-worn one was fine, but this, it's an interesting amalgam of pretty much all three of her outfits to date. Yeah, trust is not on the menu here. That's not what we're here to do. I actually thought Jaina was going to be like, I will never trust her, but let's go ahead with this plan, because, like, yeah. We already saw that, Adam Ciuda. Yeah, unfortunately. So can I share a little tidbit of very personal, has nothing to do with anything? There it is. Jesus Christ. So that's actually true, Charlord. Hi, Bragman. The you know those little pre-roll video I like to do? Well, one of the things I need is about 40 seconds of footage where I can walk in a straight line without interruption. Believe it or not, Zereth Mortis was the hardest to do by far, because there's no such thing as a straight line without interruption in Zereth Mortis. There's these bumps everywhere, and there's like, because of the hexagonal thing, it's just bunk, 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 bunk. No, this is even worse than Ouroboros. I came very, very, very close to coming up with a nice line. It was like from this angle right here in this direction. And so I was like, all right, just walk this line and it'll be cool. And so I wasn't quite sure because I had everything angled. So what happened was the camera's like this, and I'm getting a nice big shot, and that's a great shot, right? Perfect. Everything's great, and everything's great. Everything's fantastic. Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is a great shot! And no, it wasn't long enough. So I had to can that. It really was a great shot, too. If you've been paying attention, the actual compromise I came up with is awful. It starts right here at this tip. Yeah. Yeah. And walks in this angle, because I wanted to at least get the Sepulchre in that shot. And this is it. This is the shot. It's just... It's not a great shot. It is probably the worst shot of all of the pre-roll shots. and I hate it. And I want you to understand that I spent over an hour of real time just wandering around Zereth Mortis trying to find a freaking shot. And that was it. That was what I came up with, was that garbage. Ugh. Frickin' Zereth Mortis. Anyway, sorry. I had to get that out, because, oh my god, this and Oribos were the two really, really bad ones. Everywhere else, Valdrakken. You'd think Valdrakken would have been hard, right? No! There's tons of straight lines in Valdrakken. That was easy. Like, I was spoiled for choice in Valdrakken. But frickin' Oribos?
What news?
Hold on.
Fight
What?
for Azeroth.
Defeat the jailer. Okay.
We all have our burdens to bear.
Oh! We are actually at the raid. Sorry. Right, yeah, okay. Let's go do the raid. That was abrupt. Yeah, okay, so let's go defeat the jailer really quick here. I guess not, T-Zuller. We're just doing the raid. Here we are. Oh, yeah, sure, hang on. Let me grab the Briggs. Oh, there she is. Boop. Time to defeat the final boss of all of Warcraft.
The sepulchre of the first ones. Within this sacred space, the very fabric of the afterlives is woven.
Yep, this has been planned since Warcraft 3.
Hold here.
Oh god, imagine if this was the end of WoW.
Lies ahead.
Just picture it.
Be wary. The defenses protecting the sepulchre's secrets will be unlike any you have encountered before.
They will be raid bosses.
The mortal mind could never hope to comprehend its mysteries, but you must press onward and thwart the jailer's treachery.
You know what? Actually, I'm sorry. Hang on. Brigwin, are you going to be here in like an hour? Does that work for you? Because honestly, I should probably do this after the lunch break so we don't have to be racing through this. And I am getting pretty shaky already. So why don't we go ahead and do the Sepulchre right after? I thought we were going to do the Crown of the Wills first, but nope. We're just going to do the Sepulchre. So I'm going to go eat. And then I'm going to do a raid that will probably not actually get a lot of positives. See you in a bit.